It could be your, yeah, people who raise the first three questions have to raise their hands because it's like any of those. All right, you see here a couple of hands, right? So what we've, and in fact in some ways I expected that. I mean, I've been ordering food online, I've been using that, because I think all of us have been doing that. And you know, in some ways almost everyone has been using these services, and I think services that are provided by the gig workers or the platform workers as we call them, or the sanitation here. At the other spectrum, you know, let's look at the sanitation workers, this hidden workforce that perhaps comes and cleans our houses, our offices, and keeps our cities and towns clean all the time. They generally come before we wake up or before we reach our offices, and they come after we have left our offices. So in some ways, everywhere, each office, cities, towns, and houses. Here? Okay, I have to just speak very, very loud. Okay, so pardon me if I sound very loud. I just want to be respectful, but we'll try to keep it as interactive, right? So I think what we're also trying to say here is, you know, in some ways the difficulties faced by the sanitation workers also increased during the pandemic, because they were already working in these hazardous work conditions. But also what happened during these times is that they were asked to segregate the medical waste, right? And which without any proper training, without any equipment that was provided. Now I want to want to also to think about this third tier of workers, the home-based workers in our supply chains. Many of them doing the, many of them supplying to these global supply chains. And we have Sadaf with us who's going to talk about, she doesn't even know like where the, like who's sourcing, where is she supplying these clothes that she's making, or her, and she'll talk more about her journey, how is it happening. And I see, you know, in some ways these are very different, but there are also similarities in this. I think they're all characterized by the lack of basic rights, but also social securities. I mean, of course, these forms of employment or forms of work have given more opportunities for work, you know, in fact, especially for many young workers that we see in the gig and platform economy. But I remember Professor Surya said on day one, create not just work, but decent work. And I think that's where we wanted to discuss in this session today. Particularly sort of looking at what are the challenges and the unique vulnerabilities that some of these forms of employment and workers face. But I also have with me some panelists who are also going to talk about the protection mechanisms and some of the practices that they've used, or some of the policies and the way that they have worked to protect workers in temporary contract forms of employment. So with that, thank you very much for joining us today, these panelists. And I would actually like to first invite Revati to share her experience with her and share her journey with us. Revati started working as a sanitation worker when she was less than 16. Her mother, her generations in the family have done the same work. Revati, would you share? And I think you'll have to pick up the interpretation devices because she's going to speak Tamil, but somebody in the interpretation room is translating from Tamil to English.
Welcome everyone. I am Revati. I am belong to Arundiyar community. I am coming from Virudhunagar district, Tamil Nadu. I have group up as a sanitation worker, contract labor. நாங்கள் கடந்த 40 வருடமாக வந்து சானிடேஷன் ஒர்க்கரில் வேலை பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம்.
Urdu, maybe Urdu, Hindi, many people understand, right here? Okay, so maybe we'll start with Sadaf. Sadaf, will you start? Devati ji, sorry, we will come back to you. Interpretation.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम सदफ़ परवीन है और मैं पाकिस्तान से हूँ, कराची से, होम बेस्ड वर्कर। मैं अपने घर में पहले पीस रेट के ऊपर काम कर रही होती थी, जिसके प्राइस जो है हमें मैक्सिमम अगर 10 रुपये का मार्केट से मिल रहा है तो हमें 3 रुपये में दिया जाता था यहाँ पर। तो मिडिल पर्सन जो है वो आधे से ज़्यादा रकम हमारी रख रहा होता था और महीना जो है वो तकरीबन समझें आप 1200 रुपये या 1500 रुपये महीना बन रहा होता था, जिससे घर का ख़र्चा चलाना वैसे ही मुश्किल था। हस्बैंड की भी सैलरी कम थी, तो बहुत मुश्किलों में हम मिडिल पर्सन से काम ले रहे होते थे और बहुत चीज़ें परेशानियां उठानी पड़ती थी। जैसे कि आपको पता है कि महंगाई के हिसाब से बहुत परेशानी होती है, लेकिन काम करना मजबूरी थी क्योंकि आगे कोई वसाइल नहीं थे और कारखानों में या किसी और इदारे में जाने की हमें मतलब इजाज़त नहीं थी। जो करना है घर में करो, बाहर नहीं जाना, बच्चों को देखना है। तो वो उस वजह से करके बहुत परेशानियों का सामना उठाना पड़ा। फिर हमारा एक इदारे से सामना हुआ, होमनेट पाकिस्तान, जो कि औरतों के ऊपर, उनके हुकूक़ के ऊपर, उनकी राइट्स के ऊपर काम कर रहा था। फिर हमने उनके साथ सेशन अटेंड किए तो उन्होंने बताया कि आप होम बेस्ड वर्कर हैं, जो बात सच है कि हमें भी नहीं पता था कि हम एक होम बेस्ड वर्कर हैं और हमें कंपनी के थ्रू इतना काम मिल रहा है। और हमें मतलब हम तो समझते थे कि ये एक एहसान है जो मिडिल पर्सन हम पर कर रहा है कि भाई वो काम ला के दे रहा है, हमें बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ रहा। लेकिन जब होमनेट पाकिस्तान ने हमें ये बात बताई कि भाई आप लोग होम बेस्ड वर्कर हैं, आपकी रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं हुई हुई और मैक्सिमम जो हुकूमत की तरफ से आप लोगों को पैसे मिलने चाहिए वो तकरीबन 17,000 18,000 के करीब होने चाहिए, जो कि हम 1500-1600 रुपये में काम कर रहे थे। फिर हमने ट्रेनिंग का पार्ट बने इनके साथ। मुझे अच्छी लगी वो सारी बातें कि वाकई मतलब कोई बंदा ऐसा आया जिसने बताया कि भाई औरतों के भी ये हुकूक़ हैं और इस तरीके से उनको पैसे मिल सकते हैं और इस तरह वो अपनी आमदनी का भी ज़रिया बढ़ा सकती हैं। तो मैंने इनके साथ ट्रेनिंग्स ली, जिसमें मुझे काफ़ी ट्रेनिंग्स मिली और हिम्मत मिली, जो कहते हैं ना किसी को पुश करते हो कि भाई आप आगे बढ़ सकते हो, आप ये चीज़। जब वो पुशअप मिलती रही मुझे तो मेरा कॉन्फिडेंट लेवल भी बढ़ा। मैं बहुत खुश भी हुई। मैंने अपने हस्बैंड को भी, जो पहले कहते थे कि नहीं तुम काम करोगी तो वो गली वाले बात कर रहे हैं, वो नाराज़ हो रहे हैं, वो तुम्हारे ऊपर बातें कर रहे हैं, तो मैंने उनको ये बात समझाई। मैंने बोला हमें घर में रोटी कोई नहीं ला के देता, हमारी सहूलत कोई नहीं करता, हमें जो करना है वो खुद ही करना है। अब वो 4 दीवारी के अंदर तुम और मैं लड़ेंगे, बाहर वालों को तो मज़ा आएगा, हम नहीं कर सकते कुछ भी। तो बेहतर है कि उन सब को छोड़ें, हम अपनी फैमिली को देखें। तो जब हमने अपनी फैमिली के साथ ये तमाम चीज़ें करना शुरू की, और ख़ानदान में सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हमारे रिलेटिव जो होते हैं वो रिलेटिवों ने उंगलियां उठाना शुरू की कि अब ये काम करने लगी है ना, अब ये तुम्हारी बात नहीं सुनेगी, अब ये तुम्हारी नहीं मानेगी, अब इसने अपनी मर्ज़ी करनी है, ना घर में ये करके देगी ना वो करके देगी। तो मैंने इनसे सिर्फ जब ये मुझे बोलने लगे कि भाई बाजी ने ऐसा बोला, आप ही ने ऐसा बोला, तो मैंने इनको कहा देखो आप एक ही लफ्ज़ रखो कि मुझे इस पर भरोसा है। जब आप नहीं बोलोगे ना आसी तो कोई भी नहीं बोलेगा। तो जब मैंने अपने हस्बैंड को ये बात बताई तो उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं सदफ़ यूँ यूँ है। मैंने बोला नहीं, कुछ करो, आपने करना है, क्योंकि घर की कफ़ालत मेरे सरबरा आप हो। जब आप नहीं वो करोगे तो फिर कोई भी नहीं कर सकता। तो जब मेरी नन ने कहा कि ये इस तरह की बात है, तो इन्होंने मुझे कहा भाई करने तो इसका 4 दिन का शौक है, बंद कर देगी, खुद करती रहेगी और बंद कर देगी। तो मैं भी वही, मैंने बोला देखो इनको कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है, मतलब मैं 4 दिन में बंद कर दूँगी। उनको नहीं पता कि मतलब महीने के पैसे देने के बाद वो तो फारिग हैं, मैंने घर चलाना है, मैंने किस तरह करना है। तो फिर मैंने स्टार्ट दिया अपना, और फिर मैंने मार्केट गई, मार्केट से मैंने लोगों से मिली, अपनी दोस्तों को इकट्ठा किया कि भाई ये तो इतने कम पैसे दे रहा है, तो अपन मार्केट से विज़िट करते हैं, कोई ना कोई तो ऑर्डर मिल जाएगा। इस तरह करते करते तकरीबन हमें काफ़ी टाइम लगा, लेकिन हम घर में भी काम कर रहे थे और मार्केट में जिसको टाइम मिलता था, जिसके हत्ते ऑर्डर चढ़े तो हम बात करते थे कि भाई ये इतने पीस पे हमें काम। अल्लाह का करना ऐसा हुआ कि हमें डायरेक्ट जो है होल सेलर से हमारा रब्ता हुआ, जिसके थ्रू हम लोगों ने काम लेना शुरू किया। तमाम औरतें जो थीं वो हम लोगों ने एक ही अपनी कॉल रखी कि भाई मिडिल पर्सन से सब मिलकर बात करेंगे, ताकि मिडिल पर्सन से किसी एक का अगर तारुफ होता है तो वो दूसरी के पास ले जाता, तीसरी के पास ले जाता। हम सब ने एक ही कॉल रखा कि हमें यही करना है, नहीं करेंगे ना 10 दिन काम नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन पैसे तो बढ़ेंगे। तो जब सब ने एक ही वो रखा, यूनियन साजी हमने की उनके अंदर। जब हमने मिडिल पर्सन से बात की तो कह रहा मैं कहीं और लगा दूंगा। मैंने कहा मर्जी है भाई, क्या कर सकते हैं, हम भी नहीं कर सकते, इतना टाइम लगा रहे हैं, तो इतने में तो हमारी बाहर की रोटी आ जाती है। हमें तो कुछ भी फ़ायदा नहीं हुआ, ऊपर से घर में डांट पड़ रही है वो अलग कि बाहर से खाना आ रहा है, ये जो कमाया था उससे तो ऊपर 20 रुपये तो ऊपर ही चले गए। तो फिर हम लोगों ने जब वो चीज़ें की, हमारा जब फर्स्ट ऑनर से हमारा रब्ता हुआ, फिर हम लोगों ने डायरेक्ट काम लेना शुरू किया। तो हमारे पास उस वक्त हम 8-10 लेडीज़ काम कर रही थी जो बहुत मुश्किल से गुजारा कर रही थी। फिर हमने जब वो रेट एक पीस के ऊपर जब आपको 20 तकरीबन 12 पीस पर आपको 20 रुपये दे रहे थे, वही काम हम लोगों ने पर पीस के ऊपर 20 रुपये देना शुरू किए, क्योंकि जब हम डायरेक्ट हुए तो एक पीस पर 20 रुपये मिल रहे हैं, जबकि हमें 12 पीस पर 20 रुपये मिल रहे थे। तो हमें सबको खुशी हुई और भी लोगों को पता चला, तो वो भी औरतें हमारे साथ कनेक्ट होती गई कि भाई हमें भी काम दें, हम भी इस तरह करना चाह रहे हैं। तो आज 90 ख़वातीन जो हैं वो मेरे अंडर में काम कर रही हैं, और हम लोगों ने एक बहुत बड़ी चेन बनाई हुई है कि हर इलाके के अंदर अपनी एक लेडीज़ रखी है जो बासानी लोगों को तो काम भी दे रही हैं, ले भी रही हैं, और हमारा बासानी मार्केट विज़िट पे काम भी जा रहा है। और इस बात से हमारा ऑनर भी खुश हुआ और हमें भी मतलब खुशी हुई कि हमने अपने आप को साबित किया कि हम औरतें जो हैं आगे बढ़ सकती हैं। और मैं बहुत शुक्रगुज़ार हूँ होमनेट पाकिस्तान की, जिन्होंने वुमेन राइट्स के ऊपर काम किया और औरतों के राइट्स का बताया। हम होम बेस्ड वर्कर हैं, इस बात का हमें पता है। हम इस दुनिया में नज़र भी आ रहे हैं और नहीं भी आ रहे हैं। नज़र इस तरह आते हैं कि जब आपके सामने बैठे हैं तो ठीक है, होम बेस्ड वर्कर माने जा रहे हैं, लेकिन जब हम घरों पर होते हैं तो होम बेस्ड वर्कर माने भी नहीं जाते, क्योंकि किसी की नज़र में ही नहीं है। और दूसरा हमारा ये एक चीज़ है कि 2018 से हमारा लॉ पास हुआ हुआ है, अभी तक उसके ऊपर कोई भी एग्रीमेंट नहीं हो रहा, कोई मतलब पुरसाने हाल नहीं है, कोई पूछ भी नहीं रहा उस चीज़ को। यकीन माने हम बाहिम्मत करके आगे निकल गए, लेकिन हमारी जैसी और भी होम बेस्ड वर्कर हैं जो आज भी मिडिल परसेंट के नीचे काम कर रही हैं, परेशानियां उठा रही हैं, मजबूरी के तहत कई चीज़ें हिरासा करती हैं कि नहीं भाई ये चीज़ है वो चीज़ है। लेकिन हम होम बेस्ड वर्कर जो हैं, कुछ पुशअप हो जाती हैं, किसी के हस्बैंड डांट के बिठा देते हैं, किसी के मार के बिठा देते हैं, कोई ख़ानदान वालों की बातों में मान जाता है, कोई नहीं मानता। तो हमारी दिल से ख्वाहिश है कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट भी इस बात पर ध्यान दे कि होम बेस्ड वर्कर को एक जो मैक्सिमम उसकी रेंज है उसके हिसाब से उसको पैसे दें। शुक्रिया।
शुक्रिया सदफ, शुक्रिया सदफ, बहुत बहुत आपका थैंक यू सदफ, आपका एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करने के लिए। हम उस पर डिटेल में थोड़ी देर में बात करेंगे। बट आई थिंक व्हाट आई रियली व्हाट रियली स्टक मी इन सम वे सदफ, व्हाट यू सेड इज वी आर विजिबल बट वी आर ऑल्सो इनविजिबल। आई मीन आई वाज जस्ट थिंकिंग ऑल ऑफ we don't know the clothes that we are wearing today, who has made, where has it come from? Maybe one of these invisible home-based worker and we do not know. So what we are wearing is maybe visible in where they are, but they're also sort of invisible. I think Sadaf also you helped us highlighted not just in the challenges that we faced in sort of the context of a professional work environment, but how the middlemen and how that equation, how do you manage that equation? And remember کہ آپ مجھے کل بتا رہی تھی it's also very difficult to that you also receive threats sometime that because you've now kind of got away with these middle workers or sort of middlemen in the space. So thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. Revati ji, are you to talk to us now? Yes, because everybody has an
நாங்கள் அனைவரும் 40 வருடமாக துப்புரவு வேலை பார்த்து வருகிறோம். இதில் என்னவென்றால் ஒரே இனத்தவர் மட்டும் வேலை பார்க்கின்றோம். காரணம் என்னவென்றால் வறுமை இருக்கிறதுனால் இந்த வேலை நிரந்தரம் என்று கூறி அதிக வேலை வாங்கி மற்ற வேலைகளுக்கு போக விடாமல் ஒரே வேலையில் இருக்கும்படி செய்து விட்டார்கள். இதை விட்டு வெளியே செல்ல வேண்டும் என்று நினைக்கையில் வேறு ஒருத்தர் உள்ளே வந்து வேலை பார்த்தா உங்களுக்கு பெர்மனண்ட் வேலை போட முடியாது, அவங்களுக்கு போட்டுருவோன்னு சொல்லி கடைசி வரைக்கும் அங்கேயே எங்களை இருக்க வச்சுறாங்க. நாங்கள் வேலை பார்க்கும்போது டாக்டரு, நர்ஸு, அப்புறம் இவங்க எல்லாம் எங்களை எப்போவுமே கேவலமாக தான் நடத்துவாங்க. பேசுகிற வார்த்தையும் கேவலமாக தான் இருக்கும். அப்புறம் அங்கே கவர்மெண்ட் வேலை பார்க்குற எல்லாருமே நாங்கள் இந்த துப்புரவு வேலை பார்க்குறதுனால பாலியல் ரீதியாக உடல் அளவிலும் மனதளவிலும் நாங்கள் ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்பட்டிருக்கோம். தனியாக இருக்கும்போது யாராவது ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் விசிட் யாருன்னா வந்தாங்கன்னா அப்போது நைட்டு இருக்க வேண்டியது இருக்கும். அந்த அந்த மாதிரி டைமில் வந்து அவங்க தேவையில்லாமல் வந்து உட்காந்துருக்கும்போது கையை பிடிச்சிருக்கு, இந்த மாதிரிலாம் நிறைய இது எனக்கு நடந்திருக்கு. நான் 2-3 இடத்துல வேலை பார்த்துருக்கேன். வெளியில் வேலை பார்க்கும்போதும் எனக்கு தீண்டாமை கொடுமை நடந்துச்சு. அப்புறம் மருத்துவமனையில் நான் வேலை பார்க்கும்போது கான்ட்ராக்ட் ஒர்க்கர் தான், ரொம்ப வருஷமாக வந்து ஒருத்தர் தான் எடுக்கிறாரு. ஆனால் அவரே தான் திரும்ப திரும்ப எடுக்கிறாரு. எடுக்கும்போது எனக்கு சேலரி வந்து ஒரு நாளைக்கு 150 ரூபா, பஸ் ஃபேர் ஒரு நாளைக்கு வந்து 20 ருபீஸு, பேலன்ஸி 130 ரூபா. அதுவே எனக்கு போதுமானது இல்லை. இருந்தாலும் வந்து வேறு வேலை இல்லைன்ட்டு நாங்கள் வேலை பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருந்தேன். அங்கே வேலை பார்க்கும்போது நாங்கள் வீட்டிலேருந்து ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்லேருந்து வீட்டுக்கு போகும்போது பஸ்ஸில் வந்து எங்கள் கூட யாருமே உட்கார மாட்டாங்க. ரிட்டன் வரும்போது உட்கார மாட்டாங்க. நாங்கள் அங்கே இருந்து வீட்டில் இருந்து கடைக்கு எங்கேயாச்சும் போனால் கூட எங்களை பார்த்ததும் தள்ளி நின்றுக்குருவாங்க. அப்புறம் என்றைக்கா ஒரு நாளைக்கு உடம்பு சரியில்லைனா கூட நம்ம வெளியே ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் போனால் கூட அப்பையும் உட்கார மாட்டாங்க. நம்ம டீ கடைக்கு டீ குடிக்க போனால் கூட அப்பையும் உட்கார மாட்டாங்க, எப்போயுமே உட்கார மாட்டாங்க. ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் எப்போவுமே வந்து டாக்டரு நர்ஸு வந்து இழிவாக பேசுறதுனாலையும் தரக்குறைவாக பேசுவாங்க, வேலைகள் அதிகமாக வாங்குவாங்க. ஆனால் அதுக்குண்டான கூலி கிடையாது. விசிட்டெல்லாம் வந்தோன்னா அதிக வேலை இருக்கும், அதிக நபர் போட சொல்லுவாங்க. ஆனால் அவங்க போடாமல் இருக்கிற நபர்களே நிறைய வேலையை வாங்கி கொரோனா டயத்தில் அதிக வேலை கொடுத்து அதுக்கு அமௌண்ட்டு வந்து 15,000 ரூபா கொடுக்குறேன்னு சொன்னாங்க. 2-3 வருஷமாக இன்னும் கொடுக்கவே இல்லை, இன்னும் கொடுக்கலை. சேல்ரி, பிஎஃப், இஎஸ்ஐ இதெல்லாம் வந்து ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் வந்து இது வரைக்கும் நான் வேலை பார்க்கும்போது இல்லை. அந்த கான்ட்ராக்ட் எடுக்கிற ஒர்க்கர் வந்து இது வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் பார்த்ததே கிடையாது. எடுத்தவர் யாருன்னு தெரியாது, கொடுத்தவர் யாருன்னு தெரியாது. பட்டு எங்களுக்கு சேல்ரி மட்டும் உண்டு. வேலைக்கு போனால் சம்பளம், வேலைக்கு இல்லைன்னா சம்பளம் கிடையாது. 365 நாள் வேலை இருக்கும். சேல்ரி ரொம்ப கம்மி தான். நாளைக்கு எங்களுக்கு எதுனா ஒன்றுன்னா கூட அந்த கான்ட்ராக்டரு அவரை வந்து நாங்கள் இது வரைக்கும் பார்த்தது கிடையாது. எங்களுக்கு எதுவும் ஒன்றுன்னா அவர்கிட்ட கேட்கவும் முடியாது. அவரை நாங்கள் யாருமே இத்தனை வருஷமாக பார்த்ததே கிடையாது. எடுத்தவரையும் பார்த்தது கிடையாது, அதை வாங்கினவரையும் பார்த்தது கிடையாது. நாங்கள் யாருமே. அப்புறம் இந்த வேலையை விட்டு போகணும்னு நான் முடிவு பண்ணியிருந்தேன். அப்புறம் வந்து அங்கே இருக்கவங்க இந்த வேலையை விட்டு போனால் இன்னும் 1 வருஷத்தில் பெர்மனண்ட் வேலை கொடுத்துருவாங்க, நீங்கள் போகாதீங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி என்னை நிப்பாட்டிட்டாங்க. இருந்தாலும் வந்து வெளியிடங்களில் எனக்கு ரொம்ப அசிங்கமும் கேவலமும், ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் வந்து ரொம்ப உடல் ரீதியாக மன ரீதியாக அவங்க பேசுகிற வார்த்தைகள், தப்பான பார்வை, அது மேக்ஸிமம் பார்த்திங்கன்னா கவர்மெண்ட் ஒர்க்கர் தான் வந்து இந்த கான்ட்ராக்ட் ஒர்க்கர்கிட்ட தப்பான பாலியல் ரீதியாக வந்து இது பண்ணுவாங்க. நம்ம சொல்லணும்னு நினச்சா கூட நம்ம மேலே பழைய தூக்கி போட்டு அவங்க விலைக்குருவாங்க. எதுனா சொன்னால் கூட நீங்கள் உடனே வேலையை விட்டு நின்றுக்கோன்னு எங்களை சொல்லிடுவாங்க. கொரோனா காலத்தில் வந்து வேலைகள் நிறைய இருந்துச்சு. ஆனால் ஆள்கள் அதிகம் எடுக்க சொல்லி கவர்மெண்ட்லேருந்து ஆர்டர் வந்துச்சு. அந்த கான்ட்ராக்ட் எடுத்தவர் என்ன பண்ணிட்டார்னா, ஆளுங்க நிறைய எடுத்தால் பணம் அதிகம் கொடுக்க வேண்டியிருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு, நீங்கள் வேலை பாருங்க, உங்களுக்கு அமௌண்ட் அதிகமாக தரேன்னு சொல்லிவிட்டு அதே ஆளுகளை 10 பேர் வச்சு ஜிஹெச்சில் அதிக வேலை நைட்டும் பகலும் 2-3 நாள் இருக்க சொல்லிட்டாங்க. வாரத்தில் 4 நாள் இருக்க வேண்டிய நைட்டு வந்து இருக்க வேண்டியது இருந்துச்சு. சாப்பாடு வந்து சாப்பாடு மட்டும் கொடுப்பாங்க, சில நேரம் சாப்பாடும் கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க, நம்ம தான் சாப்பாடு வாங்கி சாப்பிடணும். இதுக்கு காரணம் என்னென்னா, எங்கள் வறுமை இருக்கனால அந்த வேலையை விட்டு போக முடியல. 2வது அங்கே ஏதாவது அவங்க நம்மளை வந்து தவறான ரீதியாக பார்த்தாலோ தொட்டாலோ ஏற்று பேச முடியல. காரணம் என்னென்னா, அவங்க கவர்மெண்ட் ஒர்க்கர், நாங்கள் டெம்பரவரி ஒர்க்கர், அதனால் அவங்கள நாங்கள் ஏற்று பேச முடியல. மற்ற வேலைகளுக்கெல்லாம் வந்து எல்லா வேலைகளுக்கும் வந்து யூனியன் இருக்குது. ஆனால் இந்த சானிடைஸ் ஒர்க்கருக்கு வந்து யூனியன் எதுவுமே கிடையாது. 2வது வந்து ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் வந்து நாங்கள் என்ன வேலை பார்க்குறோம், எங்களுக்கு ஒரு நாளைக்கு எவ்வளவு சேல்ரி அப்படிங்கிறது நேம் போர்டு வந்து வைக்கணும். இப்போ என்னென்னா, நாங்கள் வந்து கான்ட்ராக்ட்காரரை நாங்கள் பார்த்ததில்ல, பேசினதில்ல, எங்களுக்கு லாபம் நட்டம் ஆனாலும் அவர் வந்து கேட்க போகிறதும் கிடையாது. கடைசி வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் அவரை பார்த்ததே கிடையாது. அவர்கிட்ட நாங்கள் வேலை பார்க்குறோம், அவ்வளோதான். இதில் வந்து அவர்கிட்ட நாங்கள் வேலை பார்க்குறதோடு சரி, அவரை கொண்டு எங்களுக்கு ஒன்றுமே கிடையாது. இந்த ஓலா ஓபர் மாதிரி கடைசியில் இந்த கான்ட்ராக்ட் ஒர்க்கரும் அப்படி தான் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்காரு. இதனால் பாதிக்கப்படுறது வந்து நாங்கள் ஒர்க்கர் தான். கான்ட்ராக்ட்காரரால் நாங்கள் ரொம்ப வந்து சேலரி குறைவு, அவரால் கவர்மெண்ட் ஒர்க்கரால் உடல் ரீதியாக மனல் ரீதியாக ரொம்ப பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கோம். வெளியே போனாலும் பொதுமக்களால் நாங்கள் ரொம்ப வந்து அவங்க பேசுகிற வார்த்தை, தள்ளி நிற்கிறது, அப்புறம் பக்கத்தில் உட்காராமல் இருக்கிறது. ஒரு 100 பேர் இருக்க இடத்துல வந்து டாக்டர் வந்து படக்குன்னு வந்து திட்டுவார். பார்க்க நல்லா யார் இருக்காங்களோ அவங்கள தான் வந்து அந்த டாக்டர் வந்து ஒரு மாதிரியாக பேசுகிறது. ரெண்டாவது அட்ஜஸ்ட்மெண்ட் வேணும். வேலை செய்கிற இடத்துல சூப்பர்வைசர் மேனேஜர் விட்டெல்லாம் அட்ஜஸ்ட்மெண்ட் வேணும். அப்படி அட்ஜஸ்ட்மெண்ட் இல்லைன்னா அவங்க வந்து உடனே வேலையை விட்டு தூக்கிடுவாங்க. நாங்கள் அவர் இந்த மாதிரி இல்லைன்னா கூட அவர் வெளியே எதுனா நம்ம சொல்லிடுவோன்ட்டு அவர் நமக்கு முன்னாடி எதாவது சொல்லி சூப்பர்வைசர்கிட்ட சொல்லி வெளியே போகிறவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் நிறைய டைம் வந்திருக்கு. நிறைய மெல்லுலேயும் அப்படி தான் ஜாதி வித்தியாசம் வந்து நிறைய இருக்கும். நான் வேலை பார்க்குற இடத்துல நிறைய ஜாதி வித்தியாசம் இருந்துச்சு. அவங்க டாக்டரும் நர்ஸும் வந்து அப்படி பார்க்கறனால தான் அங்கே ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் வந்து ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் பார்க்க வர்றவங்க எல்லாருமே எங்களை எப்போவுமே கேவலமாக தான் நினைப்பாங்க. அவங்க தொடுற பொருளை வந்து நாங்கள் தொடக்கூடாது, நாங்கள் தொடுற பொருளை அவங்க தொடமாட்டாங்க. ஒரு டம்ளரு அப்புறம் கேனு இதெல்லாம் வந்து நாங்கள் தொட்டால் அவங்க தொடமாட்டாங்க. எங்கிட்ட எதுவுமே வாங்கி சாப்பிட மாட்டாங்க. எங்களுக்கு வந்து நாங்கள் ரெஸ்ட் எடுக்க அப்புறம் சாப்பாடு சாப்பிட இந்த டைம் அதுக்கெல்லாம் தனி ரூம்பே கிடையாது. ரூம்பு இது வரைக்கும் கிடையவே கிடையாது, இப்போவும் கிடையாது, எப்போவுமே கிடையாது. நாங்கள் எப்போயும் போல் அந்த பிளாட்பாரத்தில் எப்படி இருப்பாங்க அந்த மாதிரி வேஸ்ட் ரூம் இருக்கும். அந்த ரூமில் தான் வந்து உட்காரணும், சாப்பிடணும். மற்றபடி எங்களுக்கு நிறைய டைம் வந்து நாங்கள் ரூம் கேட்டுக்கோம், அவங்க எதுவுமே இது வரைக்கும் தந்ததே கிடையாது. இப்போ வரைக்கும் அந்த கான்ட்ராக்ட் ஒர்க்கர் ஒருத்தர் தான் ஒரு 3 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை தான் எடுப்பார். அவரே திரும்ப திரும்ப மறுபடியும் எடுப்பார். ஆனால் அவர் வந்து ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் வந்து வரவே மாட்டார். நாங்கள் யாரும் பார்க்கவும் முடியாது, சூப்பர்வைசர் மேனேஜர் கூட பார்த்துருக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஆனால் எங்களுக்கு அக்கௌண்ட்டில் வந்து சம்பளம் மட்டும் ஏறும், அவ்வளோதான். போதும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஓகே, நான் சொல்லித்தரேன். ஐயோ முடிக்கலை. இந்த மேடைக்கு வந்து என்னை பேச வைத்த திரு பொன்னுச்சாமி சார், ஸ்டாலின் சார், பிரதீப் சார், தீரஜ் சார், கர்ப்ரீத் மேடம் அவர்களுக்கு மிகவும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக்கொள்கிறேன்.
Stanley, thank you. And Stanley, you will translate and let Revati know that we are actually very thankful for her to sort of have come so far and share her journey with us. I know that there were not many interpretation devices, so I'll also just try to briefly explain what she was highlighting. So Revati works at a hospital right now, but before that she has worked at many places, many different contracts, and she's been working at this hospital since very long in a hope that one day they will become permanent workers. And she was explaining how many other workers are in the same situation, that when they want to leave, the supervisors, the contractors, who they do not know who they are actually in that sense, who's actually, she's never seen a contract in her life, she said, but she knows that there is a contract somewhere in her name. So I think that's what she was saying. Revati also talked about the issues that she faced because of the stigma due to the caste and religion, and in specific she highlighted many cases of caste discrimination where because she comes from a community and they are considered untouchables. She was also explaining how even in the hospital the staff does not sit next to them, and they have to just go and find some place to sit and to kind of even eat or sort of spend any time when they're not cleaning. But also when they transport, when they use transports, like in the buses, she mentioned that even when they go in a bus or when they're kind of moving around to sort of do their work, people just kind of keep a distance away from them. So it's not just about at the workplace, but this is also the commute at the workplace. And I think that raises some of the issues also around safety, right? And she also asked about, and she also sort of highlighted some cases, particularly in the cases of the low wages, but also sexual harassment and other kinds of harassment by the supervisors, by other staff members, and because they come from a lower caste in a low paying job, which is also invisible. She said that, I mean, these are the kind of reasons where they also see more and more challenges. And she mentioned that she does not know like where to go and complain, like where to raise a voice. I mean, I know so many hospitals and places, where we have these posters saying, if you're facing sexual harassment or any kind of harassment, come and report us. But I don't think, I mean, she mentioned that they don't even know like where to report when this happens, and if they report, they are being threatened. So I think, I hope I've tried to sort of, wrap up, in some ways briefly what Revati said. So thank you, Revati, for sharing your experience with us and bringing these issues to the forefront here at the forum. Sikandar, and I'm going to ask my panelists to be very brief. We do have to finish sharp at 12:15. And you know, I cannot be late. Like I really cannot be late, right? So we do want to make sure there is some time for questions from the floor as well. Sikandar, you heard about the issues that are faced by home-based workers, but also here the sanitation workers, and you come and you work with construction workers in Bangladesh. In fact, you do have sort of a I don't know, like how many decades you've been really working with construction workers who are in the similar kinds of employment. So what challenges do you, now you've heard, some of these challenges, where do you see some similarities with the construction workers or any kind of differences, and how do you see, some sort of similarities, or where these, how these, are these the same vulnerabilities? Are there specific vulnerabilities and the risk that you see with the construction industry, who are also mostly temporary contract workers? Thanks. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Harpreet. First of all, I would like to thank the participants who are here to actually hear us about this a little bit different issue. And then I will thank the the title setter who actually set the title, Everywhere but No Hire. Yes, that's the region. We are the people, we know that when someone is existing, someone is sitting in front, we can see, we can touch. Say everywhere, but why no hire? The matter is their identity. Because they are not, they don't have any clear identity. So, based on that, my, presentation or my statement, I will concentrate on, 3 issues like UNGP business and human rights, this protect, respect, and remedy. And I will try to explain the question you have asked based on these 3 criteria. If we look the protect, so it's the government responsibility to protect human rights. So how the government will do, we know. Then law, rules, regulation, policies that should be existing and that should be implemented and monitored perfectly. So in these 2 sectors or 3 sectors, home-based workers, sanitation, and construction, you'll find that for sanitation, they are covered by the law, labor law. Construction worker, they have separate law. In Bangladesh, there are 2, is a very rigorous code called BNBC, Bangladesh National Building Code, that covered everything. And there is a law, which is Building Construction Act, 1952, and also these construction workers covered by labor law as well. So 3 laws exist to cover to protect their rights. For sanitation worker, it is under labor law, and there are some other, policies and regulations. But what's the problem? Problem is, it is not monitored, it is not implemented, it is not respected, that employers rarely respect this sort of workers. Why? Because it is very difficult to find out who are the employer. In construction sector as well, there are some sort of contractor, it's called labor contractor. Most of the construction workers are employed by labor contractor. And that labor contractor has no, legal entity. Most of the cases, and in Bangladesh, 97% construction workers employed by this sort of mechanism. And for sanitation, you'll find it the same way. In sanitation work in Bangladesh as well, same as Nepal, India, that contractors employed most of the workers. in Bangladesh only 18,000 workers, employed by the government institutions. But there are thousands of workers who are actually working as a master role based. So that master role based workers, they don't have any identity. They don't, and interestingly, the government office also, like city corporation, they employ sanitation workers contractually. And their contract, actually, it is done only for 90 days, 89 days or 90 days. Because according to Bangladesh Labor Act, if it is more than 90 days, then the worker must be, hired as a permanent worker. In sanitation worker, if I try to find out the similarities in a way, they are not protected. Protected in a sense that they don't have any social protection, they don't have any, wage protection. It varies from one worker to another worker. But there are some difference between this sector as well. In Bangladesh, for construction workers, there is a minimum wage that is declared by the government. But for sanitation worker, there is no minimum wage, who are working as a contractual basis. But government employ the sanitation workers, the city corporation, actually city corporation hired this sanitation worker. But hundreds of thousands of workers are working nowadays is a very contractual basis. They don't have any identity card. They wired, but they have a clothes, attire, so that everybody can identify, because sanitation worker, they have to work at night. So they have identity with clothes, so that everybody can identify that he is or she is a sanitation worker, and she is not allowed everywhere. She is belong in an untouched society. But for construction workers, it is little bit different, because construction workers can have access everywhere. So accessibility for sanitation workers, nowadays it is changing a little bit, but think about 10 years back. Even nowadays, in Bangladesh, for sanitation workers, they have separate houses. And interestingly, sanitation workers clean everywhere, they try to keep clean everywhere, but they don't have their own toilet facilities or other facilities to keep clean. And about respect, it's bad. Yeah, is in terms of respect, since they don't, Rivata shared that she doesn't know who is her employer. So employers also do not feel that they have the workers, so they don't feel that we have to respect. And remedy, in terms of remedy, we have the labor codes. Previously it was, in Bangladesh it was 7, and nowadays it is about 12 labor codes. But these sort of workers have no access there. They don't know where to go. So that is the time that we should have very good, we should concentrate on implementation, implementation of laws, rules, policies. And if there is a gap, we have to find out where is the gap and how we can, minimize the gap, how we can get better life, better life not for, few people, better life for all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sikandar. I think you highlighted some similarities in the context of, we do not know who our employers are, but also the lack of social security and the lack of grievance mechanisms that are there both for construction workers but also sanitation workers. And I think one difference that you also identified is sort of, in some ways that the issue about accessibility, that at least the construction workers have that accessibility to different, different locations, but also different mechanisms which sanitation workers even finds more difficult, including the labor codes. Basu, I'm going to move on to you because we started kind of with gig workers, and I was reading a report earlier that said that the digital platforms have increased 5-fold in the last couple of years. but also this the new report that has come from the Fair Work India rating, and none of these big platforms have to read that scored all the first points across the 5 principles: fair pay, fair conditions, fair contract, fair management, and fair representation. And I think I just wanted, to hear from you where you see what are the visibility, what are the key challenges and issues around the visibility of the gig workers, but I think also some of the challenges that you've seen, that they face on a day-to-day basis. And if you could kind of also sort of, if there are any similarities that you can, hear from different other sectors that we have heard. So you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. So I wanted to say is that from my colleagues Revati ji and Sikandar Bhai, who have said that they don't know who their employers are. The gig workers actually know who their employers are, but they are still not considered to be an employee. And with the new technology that is not only technology, but the policies that they have brought in, they have further insulated themselves that they are not even hiring the workers on their own anymore at this point. And with the Fair Work reports that we see is also on the fact that the earnings that the workers are getting at this point, the fares that they're earning post-COVID has been reduced much more because of how fuel prices have increased at this point in various countries, and also with the regulations that have been brought with regards to keeping the hygienic conditions for your vehicle. So the extra cost that involves in keeping your vehicles clean for your customers are not being compensated for them by those companies itself. The other aspects, as you pointed out, with regards to visibility, the workers, the app-based workers, as I would say, rather than calling them gig and platform workers, are invisible for their employers because they consider them to be independent contractors. At this point, if you would see the new contracts that they have come up with, they are not even independent contractors anymore. They are users of their apps. So they are not even considering you to be part of any way working for them anymore. So because of that, the invisibility is brought through your contracts, your regulations, and the other aspects of it. But the social security that we are supposed to secure from the government, brought in India through Social Security Code 2020 and also through Motor Vehicle Aggregated Guidelines 2020, has not been implemented, I wouldn't say implemented, but rolled out for various states in India. So in one of the states, few weeks back in Rajasthan, we have secured social security for gig and platform workers, but it has not been translated for all other gig and platform workers in different other states. We also see that motor vehicle aggregated guidelines, which would hold the companies accountable to make sure that the health accident insurance and the other social security responsibilities that the companies were to provide for their workers are being provided, has only been rolled out in West Bengal, but not in other states. But these laws are actually for all over of India, but we haven't, the gig and platform workers haven't had access to them in other parts of India. Overall, the other challenges that we face, other than getting the recognition as an employee itself, or getting recognized by the state to be a worker, there is also the issue of consumers not considering the conditions of the gig and platform workers. In most of the cases, the rating system that implemented by the gig and these companies, app-based companies, make sure that they have a kind of a tight grasp over how any of the workers are actually behaving or acting, or even if it's not on the actions itself, but how they represent their company in front of the whole, like the marketplace, if I would say. So the non-transparency in how these ratings affect their earnings, their incentives, their bonuses, is also an issue that always plagues the gig and platform workers, or the app-based workers, I would say. So we should also sensitize how the customers and the consumers are using these apps, and the actions that they are terming to be rating worthy needs also to be reimagined, I would think so. And overall, the other aspect that I see is also with regards to how the companies are not only the consumers, but overall, in a larger sense, there is these transnational organizations are able to create policies for each cities differently, while exploiting the workers in each of the space differently. That needs to be regulated by the state, because state regulations in these cases have been limited because of the because of the jobs these companies have created in all our cities. The other aspect that I also see is the need for a cross-border solidarity between our app-based workers, because these transnational organizations are not companies are not only working in India or Nepal or Bangladesh, but they are across the globe. So we should actually create a solidarity network that can hold each of these companies accountable in a larger kind of a platform, rather than focusing individually from our each space that we are working on. So I would say these are my points.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Basu. And I think somewhere, particularly you did highlight the role of the states in regulation, but I think also the key issue, one of the issues that you've highlighted, and I think Sikandar said the same, is about, we have to move from policy to practice. So we're kind of looking at, we have these regulations, we have legislation, but how are we moving from policies to practices? And what are we doing at the ground level to make sure that these policies are also implemented? And we heard your call for solidarity. I mean, this is exactly the case, right? And we see the South Asia Forum here we've brought together. And what we're seeing is people are facing similar challenges across the countries within the region and sort of perhaps even beyond the region. So how do we kind of take it further from there? Umelela ji, I'm going to come to you because you've been working particularly with home-based workers here in Pakistan, but you've also been engaging, sort of building capacities of women and addressing the gender norms or the social norms as well, right? So I think in some ways, what I would love to hear from you is to highlight, help us understand what are the challenges or the unique barriers that these workers in this form of employment or this form of work face, particularly in accessing remedies. And if you could please keep to
3 minutes.
That would be great. You would be my favorite person on the panel then.
So thank you so much for this fruitful discussion.
And keep the mic closer and speak louder because we can hear the voices from the
audible
other
now?
room. We just have to
Yes.
be more loud.
So thank you so much for this fruitful discussion on having me here and giving me this opportunity to talk about the informality and specifically the home-based workers. So I mean, in the context of the informality, we need to see that informality, as we were discussing yesterday in the session also, that informality is the new world order, I would say. And globally, when we see the figures, it's 92% of the informality. But unfortunately, whatever the laws, regulations, legislations we have within the South Asia, even in the other countries also. But since the South Asia, we like share the common history, and we have adopted the colonial set of laws, and they are still there. So what we see is that all the laws and regulations which revolve around the labor is about the formal labor, and there's a difference of the definition of the informal and formal economy. So when talking about the informal economy, we are counting the individual citizens, but we are not counting and we are not getting data of what they are doing. So we are not हम उनके काम नहीं गिन रहे. We are not counting the work that they are doing. And when it comes to the women in the informal economy, on home-based workers, domestic, sanitation, janitorial work, private sector nurses, so these women are not, they do not fall into the category of the labor workforce. So that is something that we need to understand, and that is why we see that the new emerging platform economies, the gig economies, and other street vendors, waste pickers, the subsectors of the informal, they still remain invisible. And when we talk about the home-based workers, yes, they are invisible. And what are the barriers that they are facing? So you see that as Revati and Sadaf, they already pointed out that there are social and political identities which actually combines together with the power imbalance and create discrimination across this whole supply chain of the workers in the home-based worker sector. And when we look into the global supply chain, we know that these workers are working for the brands also, and they are working for the suppliers also, but they are not counted because they remain at the third tier. You mentioned that earlier also. So one of the deficit that we see is of the data. And then when it comes to the visibility, we see that these women specifically they are not much organized, not mobilized, and they are not working together as as for the collective bargaining. There are few incidents. They are wherever the organizing has been done, the women, they know that they belong to this sector. They know that they are laborers. The definition of the home-based workers, their own identity, they are now they have learned. But eventually, when it comes to like when I'm talking about South Asia, we have 20 million home-based workers in Pakistan and India also, and in Bangladesh also. These women are unable to understand where they belong. So this is basically one of the barrier of identities deficit that we have seen. And it's not just with the home-based workers. I can understand that it's with the janitorial workers, sanitation workers, and the domestic workers, and the street vendors workers. So wherever in the pockets with these workers have organized, they have come up with remedies also. So when we talk about having access to the remedies, we see that there is a deficit in the laws also, whether it's the labor laws, whether it's the women-related empowerment laws. So what was done, what needs to be done? So there are laws coming up for the home-based workers across South Asia. And as Sadaf also mentioned that in Sindh there is a law since 2018. Now we have 3 other provinces within those who have enacted the home-based workers law, but the implementation hasn't started. Why? Because the Labor Department in itself is very critical upon how, since they are not able to reach out to the formal labor woes, how will they reach out to the remedies for this huge sector which is coming up under the legislation. So these are the barriers that we are still facing, and we are all united together and for fighting this back.
Thanks so much, and thank you for keeping the time. And I think, also I think Basu also highlighted the role of consumers in there, but you also kind of mentioned who these people are. But I think you raised and again, I think that's somewhere I'm seeing kind of a pattern in terms of, what we are hearing from our speakers here is, are the issues about what's our identity, where do we belong, who are our employers. So I think it's kind of, these are the big questions at both the ends in terms of our identity, but also is like, who are our employers as well. And I think, again, the common thread that I see here is this lack of enforcement of these different policies or legislations that are there, but also the lack of data. In fact, I think that remains, when we were even writing the concept note for the forum, and we were trying to look at how many informal workers, and you must have looked at, I don't know how many reports, but there was just no 2 reports that said a single figure about how many informal workers are there globally, Asia, but also South Asia in specific. So thank you for highlighting, I think, the need to kind of bring that data. And thank you, Sandeep, for sitting so patiently and listening to all of this, last but not the least. And I know that you have engaged extensively with the workers from the automobile sector. Again, many of them work as temporary or contract workers. Now, reflecting on some of the issues or challenges that were raised here just now, or we just heard, from your experience, do you think the UN guiding principles and the related standards, we heard there were trainings also on the ILO M&A declaration, there have been issues, we've heard a lot about the other new legislations coming up, the other frameworks, and I think what we really would like to hear from you is, how do you see, many of these frameworks and standards that are being sort of now discussed, do you think they're appropriate? Do you think they're sufficient to address the human rights risk faced by the auto sector workers, and therefore, in some ways very similar implications on the contract workers, gig workers, and some of the other forms of work that we have heard just now? 4 minutes.
I will. Thank you, Harpreet. And it was great listening to all of you. So no, it was easy to be patient. Yes, we work with the auto sector. 80% of workers we have assisted are contract workers in the supply chain, therefore very relevant to this discussion. And yes, they are invisible. They are invisible often until the accident happens, when they get their insurance card only after the accident. If you heard me yesterday, you heard the detail. I'll not go into that. To your question, Harpreet, I am a recent entrant into social sector, and I was a banker all my life. And what I find is, when I started reading these frameworks and guidelines, I found them very educative, informative, and useful. Useful because when we go out for advocacy, based on the evidence we have collected, these frameworks give us a language, a vocabulary, and a sense of responsibility on large companies to improve human rights in their supply chain. So it's a very powerful tool that you have provided us in the UN, and I'm thankful for that. And I know my Indian friends here, Viraf included, they have helped create guidelines in India based on these frameworks like national guidelines of responsible business conduct, which again we use to push responsibility on the top 10 auto sector brands for their supply chain, and they are increasing reporting requirements. So yes, they are useful, they are appropriate. Are they adequate? Now that's the bigger and difficult question. We are in a system, obvious stuff, and you know, we are in a part of a system, me included, and we are all somehow complicit in this problem. And I have come from right to left, as I said yesterday, and what I find that in my career in banking and investment banking world for 20 years, never was externalities of what I did part of my job description or targets. My job was to maximize profits. And something I haven't heard for 2 days here is the whole issue of the way capitalism exists today to maximize profits. Profits is fine. I think the issue happens on maximizing. So my question, therefore, on adequacy of these frameworks is, and I'll probably expose my ignorance, I'm not an expert in these frameworks, is, are these addressing that fundamental issue that as long as the investment banking and everything that flows from that is only about maximizing profits, is anything really going to change fast enough? And so yesterday, when there was a very good discussion, Surya session on HRDD, which I do believe is a good tool, you know, in Asia we'll have to follow that, and we should follow that, improve human rights, and we should all do that. I mean, if we don't listen to it, would Asia do it itself? Probably not. So I think there is value in that. I wish our businessmen did it themselves, but they're not. They haven't done it for decades. So something needs to happen. But if the investment banking world and the investors continue demanding maximization of profits, and the guys sitting on top of the pyramid continue demanding that, why would this happen at a fast pace? So do these frameworks sufficiently address that issue of the way capitalism is today is a question in my mind. And without that systemic issue, I struggle to think how it'll happen faster and better. So that's one. I'll make only one more point because of paucity of time. We are talking system. There are many, many issues. Technology. We heard issues of technology. You know, I also followed Uber and Ola in India for some time to understand what's happening in UK, where Supreme Court passed a judgment in favor of drivers, right? Again, what I find, and you know, our Safe in India work is in industrial sector. What I'm understanding, rightly or wrongly, is this: that whereas technology is helping us in all sorts of ways, in my right, I always saw the upside of technology. Now I'm always seeing the dark side of technology. And one dark side is it's accelerating exploitation. In a factory, one manager did 20, 50, 100 worker exploitation, and you know, I hate to use word exploitation. People in India start calling him Marxist or something, but the reality is that, right? And now intelligent people like us can sit in a closed room, not understanding the implications of the judgment of their issues at all. At a push of a button, they can exploit 10,000 drivers. So are these guidelines moving ahead to address the issue of technology and what it is doing with that? Are technology companies being held responsible? Are investment banks and investors being held responsible? I think it's a big question in my mind. And without these forward-looking, what's going to happen in 10 years sort of mindset, if we look only backwards and try improving it, I think we may have an issue. So I'll stop there.
And I like the speakers who, instead of answering questions, have already started asking questions themselves. Thanks, Sandeep. I think you also highlighted another important role of the investors. And we see now there is a lot more discussions happening about what are the role of investors. So I think in some ways we're looking at the role of government, business, civil society, investors, but also consumers. And I think all of us here are consumers, right? So there is some responsibility that also falls upon us as well. And with that, we do still have about 15 minutes before we close this session. So we would really love to take some questions from the floor. So please raise your hands. Maybe we'll start from the back. And can somebody give the mic to this woman, and then we'll come to here, that woman, and then we'll come here, maybe. Okay, I'm going to be slightly more gender balanced. And then I'm going to give to one of the men sitting at that side. Yeah. If you could please introduce yourself briefly, and if you keep your questions or comments short, I think we'll still have time for, for the panelists here to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Harpreet. First of all, I'd really like to appreciate the organizers for bringing the actual workers from the ground, and I really appreciate you coming here and sharing your voices. It looks like, I think, we're talking about brands, we're talking about big companies, and we're talking about civil societies and the workers themselves. But then we are forgetting about the middlemen who are playing big role in this economy. And then I was wondering if there has been anything done to reach out to these middlemen and to raise awareness or to bring them under the human rights that we are talking about. The other thing that I wanted to know, especially from our two of our ladies, not always the civil societies or networks are able to reach out to these workers. So if there has been any steps that you have taken in the ground, or any coping mechanism that you have taken in the ground that has worked for you to come together and to make sure that the facilities or they have access to insurance or other mechanisms as well. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. And if you could, we'll move there and we'll come back to you. And if you have questions to a specific panelist, please also just let us know. There, and then we're going to come in the front.
Me here, yeah. Hello.
Yes.
I'm here.
Sorry, it was actually supposed to be for somebody at the back, but please go ahead, and if you could please keep yourself short.
So
it's okay, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you. I just want to highlight first this question of kind of the data around the informal workers. So if you look at the most of the statistics that are released by the governments in the South Asian countries, you would find that 70% of the labor force is actually in the informal sector. So that's a huge. So how to kind of tackle this? My own understanding is that I think we really need to have an out-of-box approach towards these workers. Really can't be brought to in that traditional kind of setting of the formality where the workers used to work within the four walls of a factory. This is the work, the entire world very separate. So you really need to have a different approach for this. And I really don't know how to approach it, but it can't be because we discuss these various programs. For example, the Social Security program in most of these South Asian countries are covering maximum 6 to 10% of the workforce. So you might have to have kind of a broader kind of a social security programs like you have, I can't put it in contrast with the European model, but at least a citizen-based social security where everybody is covered into that program regardless of their status. Secondly, I think the other set of the workers that was discussed actually is belonging to the public sector workers, mainly those you refer to the municipal workers, other workers. So I think a different kind of approach is required to be in terms of the civil society advocacy to approach the governments that while you have all these legislations in place, at least to cover these workers which are working whether formal, informal, contractual worker, but within the government's framework. So I think these two approaches could be considered to address this issue of the informality. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Zulfikar. And yes, please. And if you could please be brief. I have been told, I know that I have to finish in the next 10 minutes.
Hi, I'm Ankita Anand. I'm an independent journalist from India. रेवती रुम्बा नंद्री सदफ बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों को सुन के बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला. My question is about companies like Uber. When a worker enters a contract thinking it's a lucrative offer because I'm going to get decent profits out of this, he buys a car and starts driving, arranges for an EMI plan for it, and then Uber tells them that okay, our plan has changed and now you're going to get only the small percentage of your earnings. So how can we ensure that these collapses of the very basic promise on the basis of which the worker enters the contract in the first place, this kind of collapse, this kind of inconsistency of the commitment does not happen?
Sure, thank you. I'm going to just give the floor to people who have not spoken in other sessions. So maybe here and then one at the back, and that will be the last question. So you will be the last one. But you have spoken a lot the last 2 days, and the conversation doesn't end in the room. See, the conversation starts in the rooms, and then we go out and have the coffee breaks and the tea breaks and take the conversations there.
Hi. My question is actually to Sadaf and maybe other workers as well. Do you have, you were talking about a law that is not being implemented, right?
I will explain it to her. Go ahead.
Okay. In that law, do you get to expand your business? Do you have, can you get loans to expand your businesses, and do you get social protection in that law, something like that? And are there any awareness that has been done to your co-workers about the laws and rights and responsibilities?
सो सदफ उन्होंने पूछा कि आप जब एक्सपैंड करना चाहती हैं तो आपको लोन्स मिलते हैं बैंक से इजीली या कुछ अवेयरनेस रेजिंग के लिए काम किया गया है सो विल कम बैक टू यू 2 मिनट में लास्ट क्वेश्चन 30 seconds if you can ask.
Okay, it will be so fast. Hi, this is Rupesh Adhikari. So let me ask questions to the all panelists. Talking about digital workers, how can we make the night ride service provider in which drivers are women, and talking about their safety? What can measures for their safety? How can we make guarantee the man drivers can get their payment by the customers after ride? Because the security regulations like police doesn't want to get involved in small transactions dispute. How can we say that man working from home won't suffer from his back pain, and also talking about mental health issues like feeling lonely, can get depressed, not getting social to the people. Last more. What do we think about those accidents occurs due to the daily targets provided by the companies to their food delivery workers, also the riders, for their business and profits?
Sure. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt, but I think the questions are largely about the. I think the question is largely about the safety of the, the safety of the workers as well. So I think issues raised about safety and security of the riders, but also the safety and also in terms of the health and safety of the workers while they're driving, their mental health as well. Okay, I'm going to come to all of you. Please be brief. We only have 4 minutes, like in all of us.
The lady who had questioned about Uber providing certain benchmark, then degrading it. It has already happened, as you would see, because Ola started in 2010, Uber started in 2013 in India. Initially, they were paying close to $1 lakh a month. The drivers were earning $1 lakh a month, which incentivized them to buy more vehicles to attach them with Ola and Uber. But as the market stabilized, Ola and Uber, as you pointed it out rightfully, that they lowered their, increased their commission rates and lowered their fare rates for them as the market stabilized. So right now, Ola and Uber are not engaging in those practices, so already we have moved away from that part. But what we are focusing while organizing the workers and campaignings that we are doing is on the commission rates that Ola keeps on increasing. Ola and Uber keeps on increasing. So essentially they have claimed to be charging around 22% to be the commission rate, but if you do the calculations properly, it crosses close to 27 to 30% over in some of the cities of India. So we are fighting to bring it down to a much more manageable level and make sure, as per the government regulation, 80% of the fare should come back to the drivers itself because of the work that they are doing. But that regulations are still not being implemented in all the cities. That's what I'm pointing out. And the issues that they have, the drivers, other issues they have with their fare is with regards to transparency itself. So there needs to be much more transparency in how these fare rates are being calculated, how incentives are being provided, how surge pricing and the other things are to be done. So that would be my response to it. And gentleman who asked me about quite a bit of breaking down. Women drivers, at this point, there are regulations already in place. by companies Ola and Uber, but the grievance redressal mechanism is still not effective because they have moved on to a much more AI-based, chatbot-based kind of a mechanism. So the workers are working towards, unions and workers collective are working towards making sure that the women drivers who are driving in these during nighttime have safety and other aspects of it. The second part of it, you asked about their earnings being missed out, and the companies, the police not intervening and everything. So how over there also the companies needs to be held accountable. So the government is again, there is not a better grievance redressal mechanism over there. So the worker collectives are again working on it to make sure that it's not a chat or AI based kind of a thing. Towards mental health and everything else, the companies are not involved much. The government is trying to bring in a general awareness around it, but it's not much. I couldn't get the last part of the delivery partners.
That's for the discussion in the tea break. I'm sorry, I really have
Sure.
to cut, but I just wanted to make sure that I give 30 seconds to all of my speakers. Just 30 seconds is what you have. 30 सेकंड है सदफ आपके पास जवाब
जैसे
देने
कि
का, उसके
आपका
बाद
सवाल
बाहर
था कि
जाके।
जब हम कारोबार शुरू करते हैं तो क्या हमें फाइनेंशियली मदद की जाती है या फिर हमें बैंक से लोन मिल जाते हैं। तो फाइनेंशियली जिनका हम काम कर रहे होते हैं तो वो तो हमें पे कर रहे हैं, अभी जिनके साथ अभी हम वो हुए इंक्लूड हुए हैं तो वो तो हमें पे कर रहे हैं। लेकिन अभी उनका मार्केट साइड पर, जैसे कि मैं अभी एक्सपीरियंस बताऊंगी, मार्केट साइड पे कुछ काम फंस गया था तो वो उसकी पेमेंट उनको नहीं मिल पाई, तो उन्होंने हमें कहा कि ये इस बार पेमेंट आप कर लो तो नेक्स्ट जो अभी मार्केट से पैसा आएगा तो वो हम देंगे। तो जब वो मार्केट का जो पैसा जो हमारे पास मौजूद था वर्कर्स के लिए, वो हमने जब अप्लाई किया तो हमें और भी मतलब पैसों की नीड हुई, तब हमने बैंक में अप्लाई किया था। तो बैंक की इतनी सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज़ हैं कि हम उस तक पहुंच ही नहीं पा रहे थे कि काफ़ी चीज़ें आप लोगों को चाहिए, तो आपको सैलरी स्लिप भी चाहिए, तो आपको पहले आपके पास कितना बैंक अकाउंट है, आप किस तरीके का कारोबार कर रहे हो, ये तमाम चीज़ें करते करते हमें बड़ी मुश्किलात का पेश हुई। और मतलब हम लोगों ने 3 लाख के लिए अप्लाई किया हुआ था, तो जब जाके बैंक ने हमें 75,000 दिया, तो वो 75,000 हमारे 1 लाख के लिए भी मुकम्मल नहीं थी। लेकिन फिर भी हम लोगों ने मतलब काफ़ी उनसे बहस वगैरह की, तो वो कहते हैं हमारी पॉलिसी नहीं है कि हम आप लोगों को आगे देंगे। तो घर पर भी आए, विजिट भी हुआ।
Sorry, Sadaf. I also have to translate it, but basically she mentioned that it's very difficult to take loans because the formalities of the bank and the paperwork that's required is so much that they're never able to reach. Even when they did get some loan, it was less than one third of what they had asked for. 20 seconds now. I mean, if anybody, Revati, do you want to say anything?
I'll just make 20-second point to the media. The friend over there asked, I say, labor beat is dead in media, and I think we really need journalists who are consistently covering labor issues of all kinds day after day. This ad hoc once in a while is just not good enough. We need to bring it to public consciousness.
Great, thanks.
So I just want to respond to the question of the contract worker, contractor or middle person. So initially for the home-based workers, the idea or the strategy was to reduce the role of the middle person or eliminate the middle person. But eventually, since 20 years of working with the home-based workers, the strategy changed because we just cannot eliminate the role of the middle person. So what was decided was to elevate the role of the home-based worker leader through the leadership development program, and building on the capacity to bring them up to a level where they can negotiate and they can take up the role of the middle person. So as what Sadaf just mentioned about how she is now negotiating with the market directly. So the role of the middle person is very important in the context of the home-based workers, and the home-based workers, they themselves are not aware how many contractors or the middle persons they are working. Now with the provision of this law, and with the rules, they have to maintain the data of how many middle persons they are working for, and they have to provide that data for the registration. So that's an important point.
Yeah, I will take 20 seconds. Most of all consider that workers' health and safety is a cost. I will request that it's not a cost, it's an investment. So if we can invest more, then that's what return happen. So I will request everyone, whether it is employer, any civil society activist, or anyone, that investment, if we can increase our investment on workers' health and safety, we will get better return in the future.
Right,
thank you.
Very small, okay?
சமூக பாதுகாப்புன்னு சொல்லிட்டு பிஎஃப் இஎஸ்ஐ எல்லாம் வந்து பிடிக்கிறதுக்கு ரூல்ஸ் இல்லை. ஆனால் இப்போ பிடிக்கிறாங்க. பிடிச்சாலுமே வந்து அதுக்கு ரூல்ஸ் ரெகுலேஷன் அதிகமாக இருக்கனால அதுக்குண்டான அமௌண்ட் போடுறாங்களா என்னங்கிறது எங்களுக்கு இன்னும் தெரியல. நானும் அதை வந்து முயற்சி பண்ணேன், ஆனால் எனக்கு கிடைக்கவே இல்லை. அதுக்கு ஃபார்மாலிட்டிஸ் நிறைய இருக்கனால அதை அலைஞ்சு என்னால் வாங்கவும் முடியல. நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்து பிடிக்கிறது இல்லை. இப்படி நான் அலைஞ்சு வாங்குறதுனால மற்றவங்களும் இதில் வந்து பிஎஃப் இஎஸ்சி வந்து வேண்டான்ட்டு அவங்களும் பிடிக்கிறதில்ல, பிடிச்சாலும் பணம் போடுறதில்ல.
So what she's trying to say is like regarding social security, PF, ESI, this for some point of time, like for a small percentage we are getting, and it has like recently it has been extended to many of the contractors. But whether the employer is putting it or not, like whether they are depositing it, and these are all like big question, and many people are little bit worried whether my money is being deposited correctly and it will get back. So and also don't know how to get it. So she also like for humpty number of times like running around whether I will get it or not. So these are some of the practical issues going on in social security.
All right, great. Thank you everyone, and can we have a huge round of applause, especially for our workers who had come and shared our experiences. Thank you very much. And thanks Samad and Stanley for helping us with the interpretation.
Thank you, Harpreet. Thank you, panel. If we can have a quick photograph of the panel here, please. And then in the meantime, before lunch, we have two parallel sessions going on in C and AB. Let me just quickly mention them. In here, there is a side session going on, Access to Remedy in South Asia Supply Chain Grievance Mechanism, a practical perspective and look forward. And the other room, AB, during lunch side session will be on indigenous people's experience with just transitions. So please go out, have your lunch, enjoy your lunch. You can totally bring your lunch into two rooms whenever you want to join. So here this is Access to Remedy in South Asia, and there it's indigenous people's experience with just transition. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you so very much.
This not working. All right, everyone, if you want to go get some food and come back inside, we're going to start the next session in the next 5 minutes. Please feel free to go, bring your food inside, and then we'll start. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, good morning. Oh, afternoon for you guys. Hi, Laura, if you could just test. Of course. Can you hear me now? Perfect. Great. Hi, Marlene, can you hear us? Yep, sounds good.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hi, Marlene, if we could just hear your sound quickly.
Yes? Can you hear me?
Yep, sounds good. So this session is over lunch. So people are out getting lunch now, and then they'll trickle in and we'll get started.
Perfect.
Test, test. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, thank you for joining us during the lunch hour. And I know as you bring in and more people continue to bring in more food for our bodies, allow us to give you some food for thought as we actually start off on what will prove to be hopefully a very interesting session for all of you. We are here today to talk about access to remedy in South Asian supply chains and really grievance mechanism, a practical perspective and the way forward. Well, this afternoon and for the next hour, we're going to delve in deeper into what are grievance mechanisms, what's access to remedy, how they can become effective, and why the implementation is so important, really the way ahead. What is already known to most of us over here is that the third UN guiding principle pillar is access to remedy. Yeah, but this pillar is really founded and guided by a key principle or a guiding principle which says that the need for rights and obligations to be met with effective remedy, especially when there is breach, is most important. So whilst UN Guiding Principles 1 and 2 are looked into by business as well as by state, access to remedy, which is a pillar 3, is something that's a joint responsibility both with the state as well as with business. And this does call for collaboration in many ways. And as we look at the evolving landscape and the new legislations that are in force but are also upcoming and we expect more in this direction, there is need more than ever to set up effective grievance mechanisms, operational grievance mechanisms that do provide fair justice and access to remedy, especially for individuals or communities that have been affected. So with this in mind, I'm actually very proud to be sitting with a very esteemed panel. We have 2 panelists here with us on the dais, but we also have 2 very esteemed panelists that join us virtually today. And I will take the pleasure to introduce them very briefly. We do have with us today virtually online Marlene Landis. She is the Senior Policy Advisor. Okay, so right now we're seeing my colleague Laura, but that's also great. That's Laura Waters for you. She is our research and development expert at Ori. We also do have with us Marlene Landis, who does join. She's the Senior Policy Advisor, and she does join from the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. That is the BMZ. We also have with us sitting on my left, Professor Surya Deva. He is the professor at Macquarie Law School and director of the Center for Environmental Law. And on my right, very happy to welcome and have Dheeraj, who is a researcher at Praxis, which is an institute for participatory practices. So with a lot of this context and also welcoming our panelists, I do want to really delve into a discussion, also keeping in mind that you have food on your plate and we want to give you more food of thought. So I'll turn to you at the outset, Surya, and I really want to ask you, what is needed to really, let's get to the fundamentals, okay? So what is needed for companies to establish effective grievance mechanisms?
Thank you, Natasha, for the question. And before I address the question, let me start with a more basic question, that why should companies be establishing such a mechanism? Why is it needed? And I will say there are 3 reasons. The first is that prevention is important, but prevention is never foolproof. It is almost impossible to ensure that no human rights violations take place ever anywhere. And I think that's where having a system in place to remediate violations and abuses is absolutely vital. The second is that if companies have such a mechanism in place, that could also help them in identification of the risks that may be caused by them. So it's not merely about remediation, it's also about identification of risk. And of course, the third point is that when we talk about Pillar 2, the responsibility to respect human rights, providing remediation is an integral component of it. So businesses, if they don't have a remedial mechanism in place and they're merely doing HRDD, that will not be sufficient. So these are three reasons, in my view, why businesses and each business must consider establishing a system. Now, how to make it effective? I think here Principle 31 of the UN Guiding Principles provides concrete guidance what effectiveness means. Now, if you look at Principle 31, it outlines 8 criteria. I will say 7 plus 1. 7 criteria are there that are relevant for all the non-state-based, non-judicial grievance mechanism. But there is the 8th one, the last one, which is especially relevant for companies when they're establishing a grievance mechanism. So when we talk about effectiveness also, I think we should not confuse the distinction between effective process and effective outcome. Most of these criteria are focusing on effective process. And I think it is likely if the process is effective that it will result in effective outcome in terms of actual remedy. But it is not given, it is not inevitable. So I would like to highlight that there should be both effective process in place and actually out of that process, workers or consumers or employees, they should be able to seek effective remediation. Now, I will not have the time to go into all these criteria, but let me pick one or two and make that point what it means and how it may look like. One of the elements is legitimacy. Now, what we have to bear in mind is that companies do not have the legitimacy like the labor courts. They don't have the legitimacy like the NHRC. So how do you create legitimacy? And I think that is where the consultation with the relevant stakeholders is going to be absolutely vital. So businesses must engage meaningfully with the relevant stakeholders. And if they don't do that, the system that they put in place is unlikely to be legitimate. It will not have the trust of the stakeholders who are going to do it. The second, and I will stop with that, is accessibility. The system that companies put in place for remediation, it has to be accessible. In the previous session, we were looking at some of the home-based workers or gig workers. And not all of them were able to speak Hindi or English, right? So language is a key barrier in terms of accessibility. So if you establish a system, most of your workers or employees or consumers or other stakeholders should be able to access it. Distance could be another factor. It could also be about the cost involved, right? So I think these are many, many elements that will contribute to make the system more accessible or less accessible. So I will stop at this for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think very important to highlight over there accessibility and language barriers, which are a reality. You know, we do need to speak to each other in languages that we understand, but also more importantly, someone that needs to bring a grievance must be able and must be allowed to bring it in a manner that is more suitable and feasible. And yes, thank you so much for highlighting, Surya, also on effective process and effective outcome. You know, it's not just a process we start with, but we need to conclude with an effective outcome. With this, actually, I'd like to turn to Marlene Landis, who joins us online. If we could have Marlene, please, on the screen. That's Laura again. Of course, great to introduce you to Laura. But are we having some technical difficulty with Marlene? Could somebody give me some heads up or cue? Okay, maybe whilst we wait for Marlene to come in and you check on that. That's Laura again, just for the tech team, that's Laura again. We're looking for Marlene. Maybe I will turn to you, Dhiraj. Although I do have something very important I would have liked Marlene to bring in, so we will come back to that. But maybe let me turn to you and, you know, picking up from... we do. Thank you so much. Well, welcome, Marlene. Good to finally have you on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here with us from the German Federal Ministry. And the question I really have for you over here is, what are the requirements of the German Supply Chain Act? And more broadly and specifically on grievance mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this introduction. I'm very happy to be with you today. Yes, we have the German Act on Due Diligence in Supply Chains in force since the beginning of this year. And it was a very important milestone for the effective protection of people and the planet along global supply chains. And currently it applies to companies with more than 3,000 employees. And from next year onwards, it will apply to companies with more than 1,000 employees. So to briefly start with a short introduction to what this act is about, I would like to highlight that a very important principle is that companies' due diligence obligations follow a risk-based approach in line with the UNGPs. And this means that companies have to focus on those areas where actual risk exists. So this is especially very important for effectiveness in the deeper supply chains of the companies. And just to sum it up very briefly about the general due diligence obligations. So what do the companies have to do? To just mention the key points, they have to establish a risk management system, issue a policy statement on respect for human rights. They have to conduct a regular risk analysis to identify adverse impacts on human rights and the environment. And then, depending on which risks have been identified, they have to take preventive and also remedial measures to address potential adverse impacts. They also have to document on compliance. And the last point, of course, is that they have to establish a grievance mechanism. And I would like to go into more detail on this point. So regarding the grievance mechanism, the law provides that companies must ensure that appropriate complaints procedure is in place. So they can implement their own complaint procedure, or either in addition or as an alternative, they can also participate in cross-company grievance mechanisms that fulfill the criteria set by the law. And cross-company grievance mechanisms, they can be a very good opportunity to enable broader accessibility in a certain sector or a region, and it's also very good to pool resources effectively. So this is a very, very good option set by the law. So what are the criteria set by the law regarding these grievance mechanisms? Firstly, companies, the complaint procedures must be accessible. We have already talked about this point. So it means that barriers to access for target groups must be eliminated. So to mention some examples, this can happen through the establishment of different complaint channels, for example, or also what we already mentioned is the availability of information and channels in different languages. This is a very important point. So secondly, clear and comprehensible information on accessibility and responsibilities, and also the implementation must be established. So this includes that the progress of complaints must be communicated very transparently to the complainants. What is also important is that the persons entrusted with the conduct of the complaint procedure, they must be adequately qualified. So for example, they must be independent or also offer impartiality. And the fourth point is about the protection of the claimants. So the procedure must safeguard the confidentiality of identity of complainants, and also ensure the effective protection against any disadvantage and punishment, for example, as a result of their complaint. And also the last point is that the effectiveness of this procedure must be reviewed at least once a year, so to make sure that everything is effective. So more detailed information can be found by guidance that is published by the government authority that monitors the implementation of the law. And this authority is called Federal Office for Economic Affairs and Export Control, and it offers guidance on the grievance mechanism as well. So from a development policy perspective, I would like to highlight also the importance of meaningful stakeholder engagement. So I'm very happy that we talked about this already, because this is a very important point for us as well. So in the design and the implementation and communication process, it is very important that we, that rights holders are engaged in this process.
Thank you.
And one
sorry.
point, and then
Maybe
I will
10 more seconds,
finish.
please.
It's very important to stress also that I've now particularly addressed non-judicial and non-state grievance mechanisms, and it's very important to stress that access to justice is in general is very important, and therefore the German government advocates for an ambitious civil liability regime in the EU directive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marlene. And really, a quick bit of an highlight from what both our panelists have alluded to. It is important to have risk identification, risk management systems, risk mitigation. But then, yes, once identified and once there are issues, remedial measures are critical. And there is a process set in place, as Marlene has also highlighted in the legislation, really, again, highlighting accessibility, and then communication, the progress of complaints to communicate, impartiality, and protection of complainants. And really to kind of go in a bit deeper from there, Dheeraj, I turn to you to ask you, what are the challenges that companies are facing in providing access to remedy to rights holders? And maybe just one moment before you go in, there's a lot of overlap of noise, I know, between these sessions, and I'm not sure how clear it is. Maybe if I could please request someone to maybe help us close that door, maybe it'll help the acoustics better. Thank you so much. Dheeraj, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Natasha. So, talking about the challenges for the companies, though we don't get to interact much, I would say I have limited understanding from the company side, but based on the research or understanding that I have drawn from looking at disclosures and how companies are operating their systems, if we look at it, I think one challenge is surely what is happening, that it is being seen as in silos. So if we are talking about grievance redressal, it is not connected to purchasing practices or contractual arrangements. So what is happening, we'll see grievance redressal as a separate system that needs to be built upon, while purchasing and contracting is happening separately. So most of the supply chain is hidden. We don't know where violations are happening, and that's where we don't see much of the complaints even getting disclosed in the public disclosures. That is first level of challenge. Second is the complexity of these supply chains. We still see some kind of manufacturing bias, I would say, in the system. So we will see banking companies very clearly saying we are not into manufacturing business, so it does not extend to us. Then service sector company will say we are again not into manufacturing, so it does not extend to us. But it extends to the, we can say to the very basic levels of their supply chains, and on the upstream side where they are providing services further in the value chain. Third is I feel is the complexity of adversity. So all these systems that are being designed are designed for adversities or violations that are of very higher nature. So nobody is ready to work on the basics of, so why are we not talking about very basic occupational safety health issues when we are talking of these project sites or institutional setup? So what is happening, only when there will be an adverse impact, then these systems will get activated. So there is no ecosystem. Fourthly, if we look at the ecosystem itself, we'll see that over the period there has been sidelining of workers' collectives and trade unions from these systems. So a lot of focus has been on building third-party outsourced systems. So somewhere I feel companies are not confident that they will be able to run unbiased systems. So you have to go to some third party to ensure that there is no there's no partiality or biasness in this system. So what is happening at worker level, there won't be trust. And fifth or sixth, I would like the basic question that I would pose is, who is there to safeguard workers? Like if companies within their system, if they can seriously ask this question, that if there's any adversity or any violation within the system, who is going to safeguard? Is it the some state-based mechanism that they are looking for? Is the company itself going to safeguard the worker's interest? So who is there? So worker is not an individual entity. Second, also worker is not a monolith concept. So there are layers to that. There are permanent workers, contractual workers, workers engaged through petty contractors. There are issues of gender and caste, if I talk of particularly of South Asian realities. So at that level, I think who is going to safeguard is against the question that should be asked. So I will stop at this.
Thanks so much, Dheeraj. Sector agnostic, that's one key message right at the outset, that I would really like to highlight based on what Dheeraj said. Grievance mechanisms are sector agnostic. Actually, all are the UN guiding principles in that segment. So it's not about passing the buck around anymore or, shrugging it off, but it applies to all companies, all sizes, across all sectors. Ecosystems and the value of having good, healthy ecosystems that do actually also consider all aspects of workers, employees, society and communities, even keeping in mind caste, gender, marginalized workers. And really building trust. I think that's something to hold on to, and something all our panelists so far also spoke about, stakeholders. So we will come back more to that, but already I put in, I chime in here that stakeholders are very important in effective operational grievance mechanisms. But now with this, let me turn to Laura, and Laura is joining us online. If we could have Laura on the screen, please. Thanks so much.
Yes, there we go. Hope you can see me now.
Thanks, Laura. Good to have you. So maybe let me get directly to it and ask you, who is Amphori, and how does Amphori support companies in providing access to remedy?
Of course. Thank you so much, Natasha. Let me give a brief introduction to Amphori, because obviously you want to talk about grievance mechanisms. But so Amphori is a membership organization, a business association with over 2,500 members that are brands or retailers or importers. Our most known tools are the BSCI and the BEPI audits, so social, environmental, sustainability audits that are aligned with international standards such as the UNGPs, the ILO core conventions, and the OECD due diligence guidelines. We work with a common code of conduct for all members and business partners, and that means that we have over 30,000 signatories that are mapped on our sustainability platform, where we handle the BSCI and the BEPI audits. What I think is also very important to underline here, that we work on continuous improvement. So having the data from these audits is a starting point, and then we work on how can we improve together. And as such, I really want to emphasize that we very strongly work on capacity building to help business partners and producers improve across sustainability levels. So that's just a brief introduction into what Amphori is, but specifically what I want to talk about more now is our access to remedy approach and a focus on our supply chain grievance mechanism, Speak for Change. So when we talk about access to remedy at Amphori, we really talk about 4 pillars. We have the operational level grievance mechanisms that remain very important and are often the first source that a rights holder can go to when they're facing an issue. We have the external grievance mechanism, which is about Amphori, and then we have the Access Remedy Hub, where we work together with other international organizations working on this topic. And finally, we have the Supply Chain Grievance Mechanism, or Speak for Change. And so why have we set this up, and why do we believe this is very important? It helps you get supplemental information and additional information from the key people that are impacted, such as workers, community members, and trade unions, that are different from the audits. So the audits are a good starting point, but then you have the time in between. And of course, these grievance mechanisms help you supplement and give you more data to de-risk operations. We feel very strongly that the strength lies in its collaborative nature. So it allows members to address grievances together in a resource and time efficient manner, which allows a threshold for many companies, specifically SMEs, to participate in such a mechanism. And allows them to comply with existing and upcoming due diligence legislation, such as we've heard from Ms. Landers today as well. It's far easier and more effective for members to do it this way than all of them setting up a system separately. It avoids duplication for business partners in that sense that you're not going to have 5 posters next to each other on the production floor, but it also means that it avoids duplication and it lowers the threshold. It all means that workers or potential right holders will have more clarity on where they can go with their concerns, and it will make it also more logical for them. And indeed, as Natasha, as you've said before, the setup needs to be supported, and it is supported by local stakeholder consultations in order to make sure that it's set up right for complainants to have easy access. And nothing hinders that access. We've talked about languages, we've talked about access channels. These are all very important to understand which languages and access channels you need to have the right setup country specific. And so that's also something we do with Speak for Change. And that specifically helps you with reach out and reaching vulnerable worker groups, such as female workers or migrant workers. We also have the support of independent handlers, both during the investigation and mediation phase, who are experts based locally in the countries where we have the supply chain grievance mechanism running. We've heard also from the other panelists, this is key in order to have an independent point of view, but also have the trust of all parties involved. So both from the complainant, but also from the business partner and the brands involved. And to give you an example of how we work on this collaboration and how we really sort of bring this forward, it's not only collaboration that is important between members or between brands with the business partner and the handlers. It's also very important to have this collaboration between initiatives to avoid duplication as much as possible and to share learnings. And so as such, we are currently piloting a collaboration protocol between Amfori, Fairwear and the German PST or Textilbündnis, where we are escalating very severe cases. That doesn't mean all cases, it means severe cases, and we have a severity matrix helping us decide which these are. And so that way we can handle them together with all suppliers, not only from Amfori members, but also with Fairwear members and PST members. So in that sense, we have additional resources, we have additional leverage, and that just means that we have more effective investigation and mediation across the board. So that's a little bit of an overview of how we sort of help companies to address this access to remedy question in a collaborative way. And I'll leave it at that for now.
On this mic. Thanks, Laura, for really highlighting the access to remedies, Speak for Change grievance mechanism that Amfori has, and we are here to, of course, share any more on that if there are questions at any point of time, but to again highlight over here accessibility, you know, and also even in the setup of a grievance mechanism, the value of stakeholder consultations and really engaging with stakeholders right from the outset, having good access channels and also grievance handlers who are well qualified to handle some of this. I want to kind of go in a bit deeper now with grievance mechanisms and provide some insight to all of you on how to, what all to consider while you actually look to have an effective and operational grievance mechanism. And with this, I'll really turn to you, Surya, again, to ask you about stakeholders, because something that we've all spoken about, and you know, why and what is the role of stakeholder engagement in setting up these effective operative grievance mechanisms? Why, how are they so important? But also, more importantly, how to break down the barriers for workers' involvement.
Sure, thank you. I think all the panelists highlighted that there should be this meaningful engagement with the stakeholders, right? Because if that is not there, then it is not going to be legitimate, it will not be effective in turn. But what I would also like to highlight that this meaningful engagement should be at all stages. When the mechanism is being designed by a company, at that stage, you should be consulting the people who will be using that system. It's not that you create a system and then invite workers, okay, this is the mechanism, this is the hotline, you can use it now. First, talk to them. What kind of a mechanism is going to work and maybe from their perspective is going to be effective. So design element, their participation, then the operational level when the system is being operationalized, they have to be consulted. And then I think the review process, because no mechanism is perfect. And that's where the peer learning is crucial, and also learning from the experience of that mechanism. What are the pros and cons, what works, what doesn't work, and then you have to modify it. And I think at all these stages, those engagements should be there. There are many barriers, some of which were already highlighted, but let me also highlight some other challenges that I see. One is lack of awareness. We talk about engagement, but if the workers are not aware of their rights, If the workers are not aware of the Principle 31 effectiveness criteria, how can they effectively participate? How can companies engage with them effectively, right? So I would say before a company would like to engage, company or the other actors, they would have to raise this awareness, bring them to the basic understanding. What are we talking about here? Otherwise, they cannot provide meaningful input. And then this engagement would be just tick box symbolic. The other element which I find is the huge power imbalance. Often we talk about our workers sitting on the table. This is an important step. Our workers are sitting on the table. But merely because 5 people are sitting on the table, on the same table, it does not mean that they are equal. There are huge power imbalances. And that power imbalance has to be proactively addressed by companies so that those workers and others can speak freely in a safe space and share real barriers and limitations that they find. And one more thing I would like to mention is lack of trust. I will not name the companies, but I have had situations in my UN working group earlier where companies in a same city, there was a headquarter company in a particular city in Asia, and it will not talk to CSOs and trade unions. They are based in the same city. So when I go to that particular city, I will have 2 separate meetings. One with CSOs and trade unions. I will collect the grievances. Then I have a separate meeting in the afternoon with the company high officials. So I am the bridge passing on the information. So they are waiting for me to come to that city and having this conversation. So the lack of trust is a significant barrier. They're not able to talk to each other. And I think we need to overcome these barriers. And how do we do that? I think sometimes meaningful consultation bottom up is very crucial. But who do we consult is also crucial. We often use this word stakeholders, but this is a very opaque word. Who are we really talking about as a stakeholder here? And if we say we are only consulting male members of the workers, where are the women? And I think throughout this forum, the intersectionality issue was highlighted, caste discrimination. So to ensure that we are getting a representative voice in terms of those stakeholders, that is going to be very, very crucial. Local context also matters. So the patriarchal values that we have, for instance, in certain settings, women are not allowed to talk, right? So how do you overcome this barrier that women are not allowed to talk in a public space because of religion or some other patriarchal values? So those are the limitations that companies have to be aware of. They need to build that trust, and sometimes they may need to invite some external actors. These could be civil society groups, these could be NHRIs, these could be academia, these could be lawyers. So we need sometimes independent voices that can operate as a bridge between the workers and others, as well as the businesses on the other side. Thank you.
Very important points over there. Of course, starting with meaningful consultations, inclusive consultations, working across all sorts of barriers, which are localized. There are different challenges in different parts of the world. Currently, we sit here and have this dialogue in South Asia, so the challenges of caste, gender, even different, barriers that are perceived, such as boundaries, borders, religion, and so on, can tend to create limitations. So important to work beyond them, important to localize. And really trust is a second thing. You know, Dheeraj, you also highlighted the value of trust, and it's something that we are also endeavoring to work with any grievance mechanism that needs to be successful. So break the barriers to build trust, open dialogue, real dialogue, which has to actually be inclusive on all sides. So with this, I'll turn to Marlene again. If we can have Marlene on the screen, please. Well, whilst we do bring Marlene back on screen, I do want to reiterate on the value of awareness. And that's something also you spoke about, Surya, a bit. Building that awareness, going down right to the worker level, going down to the rights holders, building an inclusive awareness on that front. So we will pick and take on that. Clearly, we're having a bit of a challenge on awareness right now. So we'll come back to Marlene, perhaps. If you could please help with the technical front, so that we can have Marlene after Dheeraj. I'll turn to Dheeraj maybe in the meanwhile. Allow me, Dheeraj, to really maybe jump in. How well we have her again. I think every time I turn to you, we have Marlene back on screen, so it's great. Well, thanks for that support over there. Marlene, does the German government plan any supporting measures to help companies comply with the German Supply Chain Due Diligence Act? And details of that you already shared a bit, how it is. Well, it's already in force for everyone's knowledge and awareness as of 1st January 2023. So yes, what are these measures, if any, to support companies? Thank you.
Yes, this question on supporting measures is very important, as the German government has always been a very strong proponent of a smart mix of mandatory and voluntary, as well as national and international measures, as foreseen in the UNGPs as well, and accompanying measures for stakeholders such as governments, companies, and the civil society play a key role in the implementation of regulations. This is the case for the German Supply Chain Act, which I said is already in force now, as well as it will be for the European Directive on Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence. And based on the German Supply Chain Act, the BMZ already offers a variety of supporting measures for stakeholders along global supply chains. And a number of supporting measures have already been defined in the German National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. And I would like to mention some of these now. Firstly, the German government established a German help desk on business and human rights, and it advises companies of all sizes on the implementation of due diligence processes. It also offers many online tools, and some of them are available in English, so they can be used by companies both in Germany and also abroad. And for example, there's a tool that navigates small and medium-sized enterprises through the implementation of the due diligence process. Our new program is the Initiative Global Solidarity, and it is a program that makes suppliers fit for due diligence. So it offers on-site advisory and supporting services on working conditions and also production processes in the textiles and the electronics sectors. So it includes the establishment of responsible business hubs, for example, in Bangladesh, Cambodia, and Vietnam, and to provide advice on due diligence. And this program has a very strong focus on improving transparency and data availability. We have already talked about this point, that that supply chains are very complex, and therefore transparency is very important. So there's a strong focus on this, and also there's a focus on establishing grievance mechanisms. Then we also have, we offer financial support for suppliers. Therefore, we have the ESG First Fund. It was established by the KfW, a German development cooperation implementing organization. And businesses that supply to German companies can apply for funding to help them improve sustainability management. Also, a very important point to mention is that we have support networks at German embassies in partner countries. So the German Federal Foreign Office has been setting up focal points at German embassies that will be able to provide information on the legal requirements of the law. And it also has been setting up support networks. So German businesses and their partners, they are supported, the partners that are operating in the country. Yes, and moreover, we support multi-stakeholder initiatives, such as the Partnership for Sustainable Textiles. And yeah, it offers a wide range of information and also support on the implementation of due diligence mechanisms, especially in the textile sector. And in light of the European law that is now being discussed, my ministry has launched a special EU program together with other EU member states and also the European Commission to improve the coordination of support services for companies and also for other stakeholders in the partner countries. And this will help to coordinate all the different measures that are already established on EU level, and also it will help to launch new programs. So to briefly sum it up, we believe that ambitious human rights due diligence regulations have to be accompanied by supporting measures. And with this smart mix, we believe that it can improve living and working conditions along global supply chains, and especially in the global south.
Thanks so much, Marlene. That's really encouraging to learn. There were quite a few support measures there that were highlighted, right from support networks, German help desk, online tools, global solidarity, MSI support, and also financial support. And of course, again, highlighting the value of transparency, and also it's mandatory under the German law to have reporting on an annual basis. So there is definitely there are roads set out there to kind of encourage transparency. Now we all need to encourage it together. Also, I do want to turn to you, Dheeraj, and maybe whilst I turn to Dheeraj, I want to also highlight that Surya and Dheeraj have both been engaged in the consultancy for the M40 grievance mechanism. Surya, of course, at the very outset, at the initial stage in some ways, and Dheeraj, it was really nice to have you when we were looking at India on that front. And maybe with that, I'm going to turn to you for, I know, something that we've been talking about, which is what are the benefits of involving rights holders?
Hello. So I think this is a very tricky question. Like always we look for a business case when it comes to issues around grievance or human rights. So what could be the business case? Like if we look at it, if I particularly talk of one of the studies we did for National Human Rights Commission in India, we're looking at 5 case studies of violations and how remedial systems are working. What we found that none of them were raised through company systems. It had to go up to the level of judiciary to be raised by these rights holders. So somewhere I feel that is the first business case, that if you have involvement of rights holders in your system, it will at least start coming through your own system. It will get detected within your system, and cost of compliance will be far lesser than what you are spending on fighting these legal cases at last. What other benefits? I think it's on the question of trust, surely we have already emphasized on that. Second is when we are talking about sectoral approaches and particularly talking about vulnerabilities of that particular sector or its supply chain, that's where rights holders become important. So let's look at the, like for a sector like gig sector, we may look at driver, knowing more about the complexities of that supply chain. In garment sector, it will be about the women home-based worker, knowing about the complexity, because again and again we are also hearing this argument that from companies side that we don't know enough about our supply chains. So what could be the better way than going to those who are actually facing these issues? So that's where it becomes important. Third part, I feel a lot of emphasis has been on developing systems around language-related accessibility or having technology-based interventions. And I think those costs will become redundant if you are involving rights holders in your processes. All these costs are being kind of invested upon because there's no involvement at all. And again, I would say, I don't know why there is this lack of confidence when it comes to companies' own systems that we may become biased. So if you are going to become biased, then it's better to either look for workers-based systems, look at collectives or other ecosystems, or either interact with state-based systems or quasi-judicial systems so that you are able to instill that confidence. Otherwise, we will always have this scenario where the whole ethics, I will say, of ensuring rights will always lie with the company. I think it's taking too much of responsibility. It's better to give up on certain responsibilities and go to the rights holders.
Very nice kind of last words on that, you know, shared responsibility. That's really what makes it collectively also successful, also coming down to the principles of collaboration, really SDG 17 also over there. It's very interesting to see how everything links together towards a common objective on that front. So yes, cost benefits, really a lot of highlight on cost benefits over there, cost of compliance, cost of accessibility, also again, you know, working through barriers of language, technology, and so on. I'm also very happy to share that the NHRC in India has also been effectively working when it comes to grievance mechanisms for a while in India now, and we do have representation from there in this room also. So that's another example over there of how grievance mechanisms do really need to come together and work together. I will turn to Laura now, and if we could have Laura on the screen, please. And for Laura, the question I have is, I actually have a few questions for you, Laura, so I will quickly try and combine them and hope you can respond to all of them. But which elements do organizations and companies need to consider to build an effective access to remedy approach in supply chain level grievance mechanisms, particularly in light of existing and upcoming due diligence legislations like the German as well as the upcoming EU directive? Also, how to maximize the benefits from local stakeholder engagement and consultations, and how can collaboration, not only between companies, but also between membership organizations and initiatives, maximize the reach and impact they have towards rights holders? Thank you.
Indeed, thanks so much, Natasha. To go over high level the main topic points of what elements organizations and companies need to consider to build an effective access remedy approach globally. So that, of course, is also supply chain level grievance mechanisms. I think first and foremost, it's been said many times, but it deserves to be said again. So accessibility, not only in terms of access channels. So how do you allow complaints to come in? How do you follow up? How do you reach out to complainants? What is your scope? But then also specifically languages, for example. I think you also clearly need a robust process, but with flexibility in there, because no case will be the same. And as such, it's really important to have this flexibility present to make sure that you can adapt to the needs of the case itself. It's also very important to continue the engagement with business partners, with producers, to also provide them trust and build a trust relationship with them with regards to the program. And of course, then collaboration. So collaboration with other companies, with other mechanisms, but also with local stakeholders, such as consultations. And it's a really good point. So thanks for bringing that up, Natasha, to thank Diraj and Surya for their involvement in helping us set up our supply chain grievance mechanism. Because it's very, very instrumental to make sure that we're setting up the right mechanism for the rights holders who are at the core of what we're aiming to do. And so how do we maximize the benefits from the stakeholder engagement in these consultations? The first one is to understand possible barriers complainants might face. So what are issues on a number of topics that might prevent a rights holder from coming forward with a complaint? This could be, for example, related to vulnerable groups, and how do you sort of remediate this and outreach specifically to these workers? An example of what I can give, for example, to make it a bit more concrete, is something that we've seen as stakeholder consultations for the countries we're now planning to go to, is that there is a good smartphone penetration rate, but our consultations show that this had a gender bias. So that more men had access to a smartphone and that more women in certain countries did not have access to this smartphone. And so that showed us that, for example, IVR, which is a phone line that they can call, needs to be very present in these countries to make sure that we're also addressing this gender bias within smartphone availability. So that's one example I can give you of very concrete learnings that we have from these stakeholder consultations. It also helps you to give a good idea of what the best possible remediations would be for certain cases. And it helps your trust building, not only with possible complainants, but with other affected parties, because it means that you can also work together with these local stakeholders to carry out the message of your grievance mechanism. And finally, it avoids overlap. So collaboration and the stakeholder consultation, it allows you to avoid overlap where there is any and have a better understanding of what is needed specifically in that country. And finally, a final note on collaboration. I know it's been said a lot, but it's really important to underline is that it is key. It's one of our main learnings from the piloting we've done so far and the work we've done on grievance mechanisms, it ensures also the best form of remediation for the complainant. So it allows companies to have a lower threshold to access these systems and allows them to have better investigations, but also it allows them to have a better form of remediation because of more resources. It also helps you the best possible process and system and improves its effectiveness. It also means that you'll have more reach when cases come in. So it means you'll have more data to also de-risk your operations as a company, as a brand, as a retailer, but it also means that you'll have more data across to also better understand the situation of where you are and which regions or business partners might be affected by a specific issue. And as such, you can work very targeted on continuous improvements. So to not only remediate current issues, but also avoid future issues, which is, of course, the goal across. And so that means that there's more resources for investigation, remediation, and specifically support for these continuous improvement to have consistent changes across the board. And so it's very much our intent to continue to work together with our partners and critical stakeholders, both locally and globally, so in all levels. And really personally, but also from Amfori, we drew some great insights from the interventions today. So both from the panelists in the room with you today, but also from Ms. Landes virtually. And we will seek to explore closer collaborations with all these partners, and then specifically also with regards to the due diligence requirements under the German Supply Chain Act and the upcoming European legislation. We'll seek to explore closer collaboration with the German Federal Ministry of Development Corporation and GIZ to also make sure that we have the right answers for our members in that regard. So that was a bit of a high-level overview. Of course, there's many more hours we could discuss on this topic, but I think that gives a good sort of first view on the questions you asked.
Thanks, Laura. Yes, that's a lot to share, but again, kind of highlighting flexibility, collaboration, and learning on the go. It is important to do a check. It's really what we call continuous improvement at Amfori. And actually, at this moment, I would like to share and announce for everyone's benefit over here that Amfori will also be launching its grievance mechanism and Speak for Change in Asia. We start off with Turkey, and then later in the year, as we go into the second half, we will also be launching the grievance mechanism in Bangladesh and in Q4 in India. So again, as Laura said, we highlight, we look for local collaboration also, and also really how to localize these grievance mechanisms for most effect. Well, actually, I think this does allow me, and I'm really happy for that, time for Q&A. We do have about 10 minutes for Q&A, so very happy to open to the floor. And for any of you that have questions, please do raise your hand. Take a moment to introduce yourself and maybe briefly summarize your question. I can already see 3 hands, so we'll take these 3 at the outset and then the 4th also thereafter. I saw the hand here first, maybe 1, 2, 3, and 4 collectively. If there's a particular panelist you have the question for, please do let us know.
I'm Hola, I'm from Pakistan, I work in Ministry of Human Rights there. And I have a question for Marlene, or any of the panelists can also answer it. She briefly mentioned that civil litigation claims can be brought under EU directive. So can she explain that the upcoming directive, is it really focusing on victims who are not based in Germany or in EU, but based in South Asian countries, for instance, and they want to bring the civil litigation claims. So what would be the legal framework or the law which would be used to settle those claims? Thank you.
I think I'm not on the screen yet, right?
Could we bring Marlene on screen already? We will start with her responding, yes. Marlene, we're just gathering 2 or 3 more questions, and then we'll answer them together. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you. This is Agya Adhikari from the National Human Rights Commission of Nepal. Rights without remedy is no rights. So the 3rd pillar, right to effective remedy, is the one most important pillar on BSR. Especially the Human Rights Commission of Nepal or the court decisions within the South Asian region. There is just justice delayed, justice denied. But the question is, always we have the justice delay process. On one hand, the other hand is non-implementation of the recommendation also. This is the challenging. So how we can collaborate with the court or the other remedy, just judicial or the non-judicial remedy is most important. So how we can collaborate with court decisions, or one of the mandate of NHRI is the mediation process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
So in a nutshell,
this question is Surideva. Thank
okay,
you.
something that I know the panel has already addressed quite a bit on collaboration, but we note another more on how to collaborate. I have been notified we have a few shorter minutes, so really 2 more questions only, and then we'll go ahead. There was a hand on this table here. There was a woman. Is there still a question? Here and right at the back. So these 2 questions is what we'll take. Okay, maybe ladies first, and okay, thanks.
Hello, I'm Puspa. So I had the same question as him, but I have another question as well for Professor Suryadeva.
Okay, so move to the next question straight.
Yeah, the next question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my question is with regards to the substantive aspect of the remedy that you mentioned earlier, because what I see is UNGP is kind of imbalanced in terms of ensuring substantive remedial aspects. So the only criteria that I've seen is the remedy has to be human rights compliant. So maybe you can explain or elaborate as to what exactly it means, because it is very unclear in terms of defining from the perspective of victims. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. One last question from the back, and also you. Yes, I do. I have noted. Yeah. One question. Sorry, we are really short on time. Please let me accommodate for one question.
When you are talking about language, language is not only English, Bangla, and Urdu, and Spanish. There are people who can read English but cannot understand all of it, or Bangla or Hindi. So, how you are reaching to them, those people? Do you, in your work, how do you address the intersectionality among the whole grievance mechanism when you are addressing?
Okay, language.
My third question was, how do you know you are the best?
All right, thank you. I think I will answer that already for everyone's benefit. I think it's only collectively and collaboratively that you can be the best. So now we move to the next question, last one.
Thank you very much. I'm Mahmoud from GIZ Dhaka, so I'll try to be brief. So first of all, so we know that there are many non-state-based grievance mechanisms, at least for the RNG sector. So, and most of those mechanisms are brand-driven. So, and they are also working silo basis. So my first point is I'm glad that there is some initiative from the global level that mechanism like Amphori, Fairware, so and they are trying to be aligned, and so they are trying to be work together. But I feel like still there is in state level, so there is also this alignment is missing, and most of the cases, all the mechanism which is brand driven, here the small factories who are supplied to the the small brands and small.
Question. I have the heads up already.
Okay, so if I two question one is how this two question related to this one. So how this different non-state based mechanism can better collaborate and align and to
back to the question of collaboration, we'll combine it.
Yes, and the last one, most of the cases this mechanism doesn't work with the state-based non-judiciary mechanism, which is very important because they are the ultimate authority to regulate, and they will they can cover all the factories, all the workers. So this part is missing. So how this mechanism can better collaborate and to strengthen the government mechanism. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll move to Marlene maybe first to respond, and then we will give all the panelists a chance.
Okay, thank you very much for this very important question on the EU directive and the litigation claims. So it is true that there will be a civil liability in that law, and especially for victims from the global south and from countries that are not based in the EU. They can have a law claim in European countries, and they can also use a national law will be applied. So the European law, it depends on what country where you sue, that law will be applied on your case. So this is a very new concept, and it will hopefully have a better access to justice.
We do have both our virtual speakers on the screen, which I can see here. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. Maybe Laura, if you have a few comments to make in response to all the questions that were raised.
Yes, so many thanks for all of the very relevant questions. I'll try to be brief because I know we're coming up on the end. So the first point I want to make is in terms of the language accessibility. So obviously we know that, you can have as many languages as you want. There still may be an issue with people reaching out. So in that sense, we try to work together with worker representatives who can also come forward representing workers or impacted complainants with a claim. So we do try to have as many languages as needed. So not only just English and, for example, another language, but to have more, specifically in a country like India. But we do also try to work with local NGOs, for example, or local trade unions who can represent workers or community members who have been negatively impacted. So in that sense, they can also form a bridge between the system and the complainants. And finally, what I also want to have a quick word on is collaboration not only with other initiatives, but also with state-based initiatives. So we do see need in certain cases, things need to be escalated on the judicial level. And in that sense, we do have an escalation policy, but it also, again, depends on the flexibility you need for the case. And I think there also, the collaboration with local organizations is very important to understand what do we escalate, how do we collaborate with local institutions, and that will differ country per country. And that's also why we really try and take as much time as needed for these stakeholder
Laura,
consultations.
sorry, I
and
will
the
have to step in.
But that's okay.
Over here. Yes,
I'll
to really
close
give
here.
30 seconds to our two panelists over here also. Actually, 1 minute, if that would be fair each. Surya, I know you had a point to make.
Remedy, read the 2017 report of the UN Working Group. We try to explain and kind of supplement Principle 31 of the UNGPs. In terms of collaboration, cooperation, we should see these systems as part of an ecosystem. Corporate mechanism, NHRIs, courts as part of an ecosystem. They have to collaborate, also filter cases and refer cases to other institutions if they're not relevant. But my last point is this. Companies should never think that their mechanisms are a substitute for the NHRIs or the court system. Especially in sexual harassment cases, companies tend to say, oh, we give you money, but you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and you have to promise you will not go to the court. That is highly problematic. Companies must never do that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I will emphasize on only 2 points. One is we all can look for robust non-financial disclosure mechanisms which are state-based if we want to strengthen these systems. And second is more than collaboration. I think I will reiterate that UNGPs very clearly state that any mechanism should not impede victims' access to any other state or judicial mechanism. So that's where any grievance mechanism should kind of emphasize on. That should be the litmus test, I would say, for any mechanism. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dheeraj. Thank you so much, everybody in the audience. It has been really nice and encouraging to see you all flowing through, even during the lunch hour. A very big thank you to all our panelists here, even joining us in online and as well as over here. And of course, a big thank you to the organizers and allowing for such an important session to take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panel. Thank you for understanding. If we can have a photograph of the panelists, please. And in the meantime, on the other room, there's going to be a session on migration. We wanted workers, but human beings came. Human rights gaps in temporary labor migration programs. If you are leaving for that program and you have a translation interpretation device with you, please do leave that here because that kind of mess up our arrangement. So highly, highly appreciated. So if you are doing that. Very soon we are going to be having a session here. Children are everyone's business. business and community resilience in South Asia. So we'll be starting that very soon. If you're interested, please do stay put. Yeah. Yeah, so in the room AB, it is migration. We wanted workers, but human beings came, human rights gaps in temporary labor migration program. Here in room C, we're gonna have children are everyone's business, business and community resilience in South Asia. So we'll start that soon now. Sometimes.
There is one on
Okay.
that phone. So Amy is going to run this from
For
remote.
you, not from here. It's gonna be probably happening from there. I have no clue though, but yes, I think she's right. Okay.
Yeah, that's what she said. She'll join as panelist. So like this.
Uh, I'm requesting my colleagues. Kevin, I see you very, very quickly. If anybody is interested for the session here, children are everyone's business. So please request them to come over to this room, C. Otherwise, we will be starting soon. Yes. Hi, Nusrat. I need you to please sit and also help these guests kindly. Amy, if you can kindly confirm that the thing that will run from there, right? Yeah, okay. So, shall we go on?
Yeah, we start with the presentations. That's the only thing.
So, yeah. Amy's over there.
There she.
Amy, if you can kindly give me a green signal, we'll start. Okay, let's see how it goes. We are gonna be starting now. Yeah. Okay, so the session is Children Are Everyone's Business, Business and Community Resilience in South Asia. And for that, we have Ms. Nicole Klasner-Messner. I hope I haven't butchered the name. Okay, who coordinates Business and Community Resilience Program, UNICEF South Asia. And I'm going to hand it over to her. Nicole, please have your guests onto the stage, and please do start. We're looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a bit of an empty room, unfortunately. So we're going to ask you to do some thinking with us during this session. So if you can, join around the same tables at least. There are some more people coming. Welcome. Don't be shy. Come in, please. And maybe in the meantime, I can ask my two speakers to join me here on the stage. We have Abhishek Malla. I'm going to ask you to present yourself a bit more in detail when we get to the presentation. And Sohan Rahman, if you can also join us up here. Wonderful. As long as people are around similar tables, I think we're going to be okay. Amy, may I ask you to start the presentation? Fantastic, thank you. So we realized there was a dire lack of PowerPoint during this whole conference so far, so we planned on changing that a little bit. Today's session is also the only one that kind of focuses on humanitarian aspects of business and human rights. The only one at the conference that focuses on children or has a kind of a youth focus in the humanitarian field. We've heard a lot about youth workers, climate proofing the future, etc. already, but I hope today to be able to lead an exchange with you on the nexus between business, human rights, and business resilience, as well as humanitarian response, localization, UN Global Compact. During the last year's COP, we doubled down on the commitments to ensuring a just transition to net zero. So this is kind of a key topic on everyone's mind. And this week, we also have the UN Water Week in New York, where CEOs are committing and co-creating engagements to ensure not just a just transition to a green, but also to a blue economy. The private sector plays a crucial role in this, and businesses, specifically those headquartered in G20 countries, must lead. They must leverage their resources and networks to present credible and science-based decarbonization plans, send strong market signals, scale innovative solutions, unlock climate finance that we've heard a lot about over the last 2 days, as well as advocate for a green and just transition. Next slide, please. Those are our three panelists. As I said, we'll ask our colleagues to present themselves. I never do anyone justice properly, I feel. So we will have 2 small input presentations, and then we have 2 questions for you to discuss and share your thoughts with us. I will be sharing some data on humanitarian needs and the economic consequences in South Asia of climate change, fast and slow onset disasters, and why it is so important to engage business before, during, and after a disaster, while maintaining a child or a family-friendly focus. It's not rocket science after all, but businesses that are well connected with the communities that they are in will function better, will likely recover faster, or actually be able to stay open during any event. Next slide, please. UNICEF has the business and community resilience, which is a whole of society approach to strengthen national humanitarian systems and community resilience. South Asia faces a complex risk landscape. Far-reaching effects of the COVID pandemic are a reminder that policymakers can no longer work in silos to separately consider economic and non-economic shocks. Health emergencies and climate disasters are also economic risks, while financial crises and trade shocks can reverse hard-won gains on the social and environmental front. This calls for a more comprehensive approach to building resilience in South Asia, in line with the ambition of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, as well as the Paris Climate Agreement. The different roles businesses can play in resilience range from being a source of social and environmental or climate-related hazards, where they are actually part of the problem, and obviously being part of the solution. Next slide, please. South Asia is the most populous and most densely populated geographical region in the world. It's home to 1/4 of the world's people, including around 880 million children and youth. In 2020 alone, recurrent disasters combined with the spread of COVID-19 impacted more than 70 million people. 36% of them are future generations, children and youth. The compound effects of 2022's economic downturn, rising unemployment, falling remittances, have placed the most vulnerable groups at heightened risk of extreme poverty, something that we've heard about yesterday in the session on climate and labor nexus. The combination of socioeconomic vulnerabilities and geographical challenges also makes South Asia one of the regions most exposed to the negative impacts of climate change. Over 800 million people, 45% of the region's population, are at risk of water insecurity and or climate-related displacements by 2050. Next slide, please. Slow onset disasters such as sea level rise and the frequency, intensity, and duration of climate-related extreme events will escalate if the current path of inaction continues. Due to the current focus on large-scale humanitarian action by multilateral and bilateral organizations, though, less capacity and resources are available for localized action, which the private sector businesses are a key part to. Next. And you can see we talked a lot about the floods in Pakistan in previous sessions as well. I think it was on the media for all of last year. 3.5 million children are in need of humanitarian support now, and 2 out of 3 children are struggling to get enough to eat during the 2022 drought in Afghanistan. I think we've all might have seen some of those pictures in the news. Next, please. By 2030, South Asia's annual economic losses from climate change alone and the recurrent disasters will average $160 billion. This is from the World Bank report. In addition, government capacities have been eroded by many other trends, such as less income tax to provide services, corruption, crippling debt, free market forces that intentionally work to reduce government functions, armed conflict, and so on. This often leaves populations facing small-scale local emergencies without any public assistance, and communities are relying even further on the private sector for access to products and services. Next, please. So UNICEF has a protect business and community resilience approach where we engage with business and humanitarian action as well as climate resilience. Engaging in this new partnership helps us to meet increasing humanitarian needs because, as mentioned before, funding is harder to secure. The transition to middle-income countries within the region is leading to less donor engagement and, again, more reliance on the private sector. 50% of UNICEF's budget is actually allocated to humanitarian crisis. So UNICEF increasingly supports local systems that amplify domestic capacities. We do this, for example, through a private sector income hub where we engage in shared value partnerships with larger scale businesses across the region. Supporting resilience is also good for business, and business continuity is a key factor to community resilience, and this is what we'll speak about a little bit more today. Next, please. What can businesses bring to humanitarian action and resilience? Actually, often we reduce them to their CSR commitments, their funding interest, or opportunities to get non-food and food items for reduced prices or for free. But what can businesses really bring? They can bring dedicated technical, operational, as well as financial capacities. They are present in remote places, hard to reach areas, to ensure that we leave no one behind, where government services often are limited. They are present before, during, and after any disaster, because they're part of their communities. And businesses often have a high influence on household practices through the choice of products that they provide, or kind of their marketing approaches and so on. Businesses have a business continuity benefit to invest in community resilience as well. Many fora are set up to engage business for humanitarian action. UNICEF aims to bring a child and a family and youth focus to these, leading to more engagement between business and communities ahead of any potential disaster. This has strong links to the migration discussions we had over the last couple of days, as well as to decent employment. What you can see here are two examples of successes of the project from Sri Lanka, where a group of youth came up with an open source weather station that we're now piloting in tea estates jointly with the company owning the tea gardens, where the idea is to build awareness for climate science and weather monitoring through children living in the tea estates themselves. The idea is to empower the communities to take youth-led preparatory actions. If they understand weather patterns, if there is increased humidity for a certain amount of time, the risk for landslides, the risk for any kind of natural disasters to occur immediately heightens. At the same time, we do engage through the UN Global Compact in Sri Lanka, as well as the UNICEF Business Council, which includes 10 of the biggest companies from tea, tourism, and travel, 3 Ts by chance, in Sri Lanka, and where we just recently had a forum celebrating the 10 years since the inception of child rights and business principles. Next. Another aspect that we've also spoken a lot about already during the last 2 days is the skills gap, and I think we'll hear from one of our panelists specifically on this. Green skills are rare. There is about 54% of all South Asian youths that say they still lack the education and the understanding necessary to prepare them for employment, for decent and meaningful employment that supports a just transition of the economies in their respective countries. And that means that more of half of the 100,000 young South Asians entering the labor market every day do not have the right skills demanded by 21st century jobs. This again pushes them back into either indecent labor conditions or kind of hinders our progress in terms of just transition. We will now, we've talked about this a lot, but we do really have a real bottleneck for this just transition. This means we need to focus on education systems that are future-proof, targeting not only those in educations, but also those not in employment, education, or working, out-of-school children, and the disadvantaged. Because right now, activism and advocacy often is a job that is rather done by the privileged, as it is not paid, and therefore it is often hard to find a varied group of people and varied group of voices speaking. So next we'll hear from a specific project that will help bridge the gap on knowledge for a green transition to micro, small, and medium enterprises. And I'll hand over to Abhishek. Please come up here and present yourself as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. My name is Abhishek Malla. I'm based in Kathmandu. I currently work for EC Mode as an energy specialist. I've been working in the renewable energy sector for the last 16 years. And my expertise is chiefly on solar energy and sustainable finance. So today I'll be talking about one of our initiatives that we carried last year to identify RE investment opportunities in MSMEs. Amy, next slide, please. So EC Mode, the place that I work, is the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development. We work in 8 countries, stretching from Afghanistan in the west to Myanmar in the east. Next slide, please. And we are a regional and intergovernmental knowledge center governed by a board from 8 regional member countries. We are non-political and neutral. We are a convener and coordinator, and our focus is on the mountain people, and we work in regional and transboundary issues. So we work towards information on trends, events, and risk, investigating and testing solutions, and coming up with solutions for decision support, as well as skills and capacity development. Next slide, please. And our vision is a greener, more inclusive, and climate resilient Hindu Kush Himalaya. This is the place which we work. And under our targeted action area, we are highly focused on green enterprises. Next slide, please. And why are we focused on green enterprises is, they are very important to our economy. You can see here that, more than 95% of the businesses are MSME in Nepal, in Southeast Asia. So they are significantly contributing to the national economy as well as employment opportunities. So this is a very important sector because this can also play a critical role in contributing towards the net zero emission targets of all the nations. And one of the ways that they can do that is by transitioning into renewable energy, which will not only allow them to contribute to this goal, but also help them to be future resilient. Because these, as Nicole was constantly mentioning, there are extreme climate risks that this region is facing, which is much more higher than the global index. These MSMEs are also going to get exposed to this climate risks. So that's why it's really important that this important sector that is so much connected to our economy needs to build resilience, and one of the ways to do that is to transition to renewable energy technologies. Now, the MSMEs, they can contribute both on the supply side of the renewable energy system as well as on the demand side of the renewable energy system. So they can be a producer as well as a consumer. Next slide, please. So now, with that objective, we know that, okay, we know that we have to do the transition and everything, but when we are talking about business, it's really important to understand where is that opportunity. And especially in context to our working region like the HKH, where the populations are highly scarred, we are geographically challenged and geopolitically very complex, it's really important to identify those opportunities for that acceleration of RE transitions. So our wholesome objective was to increase the visibility of RE investment opportunities in MSMEs in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. And the way we did it was we came up with a multi-criteria geospatial tool, which we call Productive Use of Renewable Energy Tool PURE. And this tool is basically a pre-assessment tool that allows exploring opportunities for productive use of renewable energy through identification of traditional and emerging MSMEs in the context of distributed energy systems. So when we are saying distributed energy systems, these are not connected to national grids. These are isolated, small systems that is powering a village. It's not our main utility sort of system. And this system also allows us to capture and analyze and manage, evidence-based information, because this is really important, to not only support in planning and budgeting, but also to have that communication and transparency, especially for the governments when they are prioritizing budgets. And this tool can also do a multi-sector assessment, which I'll come back in the next slide as well, and saves time and cost, because this is more like assessment that you can do at your DEX level. So you don't need to send people there, and that will save ultimately a lot of cost. Next slide, please. So when I was talking about the multi-criteria assessment, so here we come with an ecosystem-based approach, because what we have understood is there are all these different parameters that are interconnected, and that helps to contribute to the success of MSME. And these parameters are including, technology choice, finance access, skills, enabling policy, and partnerships, and so on. Because this cannot, the success of MSME or, transition of renewable energy in MSME cannot be looked into isolation just from a technology perspective or just from an energy perspective. We really need to understand all of these different interconnected parameters so that we understand their interplay, and we come with a much more targeted intervention for this transition. So we look at this ecosystem-based approach, for, all the indicators that we have, so that we create the site characteristics. Then we use our geospatial layers to further understand our site and some field data, and then run algorithms and models to evaluate the opportunities of MSME in those particular area around those DRE systems. So this is what it is. And when we were developing this ecosystem-based framework, we consulted with a lot of experts around the sector, and we came up with this 4 classification: critical, high, medium, moderate, and low. So when we say critical is if any of those attributes in that EBA that we have defined is not present, then it's not the time for us to take a pure approach for MSME, so productive use of renewable energy in that MSME, because something is already missing, so that needs to be fixed first before we even start this intervention. Moderate are a case where some of the attributes might not be there, but they could be transferred or they could be implemented over a period of time. And similarly, moderates and low is basically the attributes that have negligible effects in the success of MSME. So this is the way we categorize, and we came with 8 attributes. There were many. Next slide, please. So here you can see that 4 out of 8, 4 are highly critical attributes. Without these, it's extremely difficult for us to take any productive use of renewable energy intervention in any kinds of MSME. So the first one is energy access, and then it has a multiple sub-indicators that we have to analyze to see whether there is a appropriate energy access or not, because energy access is not a binary thing. Just having an energy access, and if it's not reliable, if it's not affordable, if you cannot connect, if it's not compatible, say you need a 3-phase connection and you have a single phase, then it does not make sense, right? Say you have excellent energy access and you do not have a market opportunity, then that MSME might not succeed. Say you have great market opportunity, you have fantastic energy access, but you do not have infrastructure. You say you do not have a road to transport your produce. It does not work. So these are some of the critical things, and then others are high and moderate, and there were more. There were environmental, there were social, and those things, from a geospatial standpoint, it's really difficult to access on a software. So those kind of attributes needs to be done when there is a detailed feasibility study after you have scoped out and filtered out the sites that you want to further investigate upon. Next slide, please. So using this, we came up with this tool, And this tool can be used for, like assessing, as I said, any MSME opportunity around this framework. But we started our focus with one of the most critical requirement from the government of Nepal, which was irrigation. And we started looking into this irrigation opportunity around micro-hydro plants. Now, there are more than 4,000 micro-hydro plants in Nepal. And one of the problems that the government is facing are these micro-hydros are underutilized. A World Bank report says that if 100 units of energy is produced from micro-hydro, only 30 units are used, so 70 units are not utilized. And if you look at the mid-hills of Nepal, almost 80% of the mid-hills do not have access to irrigation. So, and then with the, the change, the climate change, the extreme variability of precipitation and all of it, was a very, lot of good baselines for us to focus on this. So in this tool, can you click on the next slide? So now you have to click a lot, sorry. So in this tool, on your left-hand side, there are multiple layers where we can, click on those layers and look at the climate profile or socioeconomic data or energy or land cover or those kind of things. So we can start clicking on those layers. On the center, we have our screen that displays all of our, those layers. And on the extreme right, right side, we will have detailed information. So can you click on that? So here you can see all that blue dots in the map of Nepal. Those are microhydros. So we mapped around like 439 microhydros here. And you could, and then in the middle you'll have this field equation where you can do evaluation of those microhydros depending on the attributes. Can you just click on the slide? Yeah, click. So you can see that field list, just click. Then there are 18 attributes that you can select from. So now I want to see a business opportunity. So, I just want to see microhydro more than 100 kilowatt or, something like that. And just click on, yeah, maybe just click. Yeah, another one. Yeah, sorry. So, you can, now start putting, values to what is your requirement. So say I only want to look at microhydros of 100 kilowatts. And, and then you put a fill value. And then you can also, now I want to see a microhydro of 100 kilowatts. I want to have a road around it. I want to have, some kind of financial access around it or, some kind of communication. So you can start now putting all these parameters as per a requirement and then, filter down that site into, out of this 439, where is my choice of locations? So if you just click on, yes, please click. Yeah, click. Yeah. And then, once it's filtered, you can just click on your site from the pointer, and then you have the details on your right side. Where another click, please. Yeah, one click. Yeah, where you see, all this detail. Not only, so I think we missed the previous one, but anyways, in the previous one we'll have the detail of the sites. Here we are having details of socioeconomic data, climate data, and then next one, please. And then we'll also have an irrigation estimate where this particular site says that it can, irrigate 12 hectares of land and, how much capital cost it will require. So, all that information you get in a snapshot for your desired site so that then you can now go down and do detailed feasibility studies. So this is basically what we did is, okay, where are the opportunities? How can you aggregate those opportunities? How can you, categorically see like what kind of investment these opportunities would require? Because you can do all the financials from this, right? So this is basically, a common ground for different stakeholders to make efficient collaborative decisions. But this tool can be further developed into, now we can look like, okay, where are the tourism hotspots around those microhydros and what kind of productive energy use it can be, or is there a cold chain process, like are there dairy industries, are there fruit industries where we can put, cold storage system to link with this, and many, many others. So this can be used as a digital aggregation for, screening investments. And I would like to stop there. Sorry. Thank you.
Maybe in the meantime, thank you so much, Abhishek, for the presentation. And I really kind of like how you took a very complex topic, such as climate change and renewable energy access, and kind of translated it into a very specific tool that can be useful for businesses going forward to not only evaluate if they can meaningfully invest, but also if it's useful for any kind of small business. So this translation aspect of very complex data into something very easily understandable, I think that kind of fits well with the intervention we'll hear from our next speaker. We're done with the PowerPoints, no worries. And Sohan, can I hand over to you?
Thank you, and it's a great presentation by ECMOD that it's climate change. We are talking about the backdrop science, like we activists, we are behind the science and scientists. So on your presentation and the ECMOD's presentation that South Asia is facing the climate crisis, but our contribution is very less. And when we are joining the global forum, the global community is telling that we are in a same crisis, we are in the same boat, but not in the same boat. So we are there in a Titanic, but global south, like Pakistan, Bangladesh, we are asking for our lifeboat, but they are not sharing the lifeboat to us. And you know, recent IPCC synthesis report by this week, it's a clear call that we are heading a climate hell, and it's the survival call. And with takeaways is that we have to phase out or transit from the fossil fuel based economy to renewable and just economy. So it's the first solution. Adaptation will not be right solution without mitigation, because adaptation has limitation. But global south or Bangladesh will need adaptation. But once time, adaptation will not be continued. And as well as loss and damage. In COP27, global north are agreed loss and damage, but they're not doing enough for, for the just transition. And as well as business has responsibility, because no business in a dead planet. So if you want to continue your business, if you want to continue your profit, so you have to save planet, you have to save people, and we children and young people are your consumer. And our next generation will be your future consumer. So you have to save your consumer too. So business also has responsibility to support emergency period. Like you mentioned, I am very glad that the one tea estate company supported the Sri Lankan young people. But what about our tea estate company in Sylhet? So they are not supporting youth, as well as they are not supporting the tea workers. So it's a huge violation there. So tea estate company, businesses must respect, must protect the business. Like, today is water day. And now, water is a new business. But in Bangladesh, Satkhira, Shamnagar, community are affected. They are not contributing much. And for this crisis, only 1% who are the businessmen and billionaire, millionaire, they are causing this crisis. In top and bottom, 1% are not contributing, not consuming meat, not using refrigeration, air condition, but they are bearing burnt. They are losing their lives in different cyclone, as well as children and young people. We are bearing burnt in our nutrition, in food, in water, in development, in education, all of aspects, but we are contributing very less. So if you start a new business in water, to selling water to most affected communities, it will not respect the human rights, because those community has rights to getting drinkable water, clean water in free. But we are buying right now water. Everyone is buying water. So I am fearing that in next decade, someone will start a startup that's selling clean air. Because in Dhaka, in Delhi, so it's most polluted, most poisonous air. So some young people will start a new green business, it's selling clean air, but it will respect the human rights, because United Nations accepted that clean air, clean water, healthy environment is a fundamental rights. So we need business, we need responsible business, we need responsible profit, because profit will be meaningless. And once American people tell that Bangladesh is a bottomless basket, but Bangladesh proved that Bangladesh is not bottomless basket. Bangladesh is a emerging tiger as well as climate leader. But now those business are heading the bottomless basket. So they are taking profit in a bag, but that bag is bottomless. So they have to change their addiction to fossil fuel. They have to start with the responsible business that obviously respecting children's rights and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sohan. And really impressive every time I hear you speak on how passionate and how knowledgeable you are about this. And I think this is something that we really need to do more, is listen to our future generations. We don't want to have generations of unskilled laborers. We don't want to have generations of climate refugees going forward. And here we have an opportunity to listen and to kind of act jointly that we really need to use. Now we wanted to open up and kind of see if there are any questions on any of the three presentations in the room. Tough crowd.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So my question is, recently, my question goes to Mr. Abhishek Malla. So that was really nice presentations, and you have your organizations already prepared for the planner, for the investor, for like it's a kind of almost feasibility study that if there is any kind of possibility for micro hydropower project for the area of the community, but at the same time, don't you think that if we stock the informations or research that we have got for the current time, that there will be, we will be like planning for, let's say there is 100 houses in that community, and let's say there are 400 people who are living in that community, and we will plan for the 400 peoples, and when there is the period of educations, when we are going to implementations for them, let's say for the water or electricity or educations for them or health facilities or infrastructures, don't you think that there will be kinds of migrations like due to this climate change or due to unemployment or due to unfertility land, the people will migrate from there, and we will plan for something for 400 peoples for that community, and they will migrate from there, and or there will be other peoples who will come to that place, and the population of that community will be 1,000, and the planning for 400 will be not enough. Thank you.
Maybe we collect questions first, and then 2-3 questions. Yeah. Thank you very much, and it's nice to see you, Sohan, here, and other panelists. Yeah, it's very interesting, and we are talking about renewable energy instead of fossil fuel or other hydropower or other energy system. But maybe you have heard about nuclear fusion. So nowadays we are thinking about, we are considering renewable energy as solar power plant is the main source. But if you heard about nuclear fusion, then it is coming maybe within 10 years. And that is also green. But at this moment we are talking about green. Green means solar power plant. But after 10 years we may need to speak again that nuclear fusion power plant. So my question is, should we start thinking from now that actually how this sort of changes will create impact? This is the question, and on comments is that You know, there's due to energy or other infrastructure, general people are affected one way, but workers are affected in other way, because workers are involved to construct that sort of power plant. And you may have heard there are lots of accidents. Workers are dying to construct this sort of power plant, and there are some sort of violation, like you have heard about in Bangladesh, the Chittagong Bashkali, there was a violation occurred, and some workers died. So here we are talking about responsible business conduct. So think about that. This is happening, and now we are here. We are gathering here for promoting responsible business conduct. So what should our responsibilities, these forum responsibilities, in terms, in respect of business, responsible business conduct in the energy sector? Thank you very much.
I think we have one more question here.
Okay, thank you. I asked to Mr. Mala sir, what is the role played by ICIMOD in climate change in Nepal and protection of children labor? And I heard that there is a hydrogen plant in Nepal. Do you have any data? Thank you.
And the fourth one as well.
Thank you. My Santi Devilai. I represent from the INOLAC, and I am indigenous studies scholar of the PhD. And I want to keep the question in the base of indigenous people and the curiosity of this. Curiosity of this the presentation. Not my question, but curiosity. If you like to give the answer, you can answer. And there is the hydropower about the talking and the water business that directly affected in the business, the indigenous people, indigenous community. Because their land, their territory affected, so they are much more affected in the first, directly them. In that time, they lose their belief, the spiritual belief also, their environment knowledge also, their education also, their education transformation also, everything, culture also. So because they have to change from that place to another place. That's why year by year, after year by year, they construct their knowledge. That knowledge also destroyed in that time. So in the water business and the hydropower, how they are take the responsible of that type of the people, and where is the human rights? There is. Thank you.
So, all four for ICIMOD. Abhishek, you're popular today, which is fantastic. So let me summarize the questions quickly for you, because there were 4 of them. I'm going to allow myself to pause the second one, as this is something that we'll discuss in a bit after this open Q&A. So basically, first question, how would you forecast renewable energy needs? Second question, what is ICIMOD's role in climate change and child protection? And the third one is, how is the power and the knowledge of indigenous people taken into account when it comes to the type of evaluations that you were doing?
Thank you. So I'll start with the demand and supply question. So, with my limited knowledge in migration, so I come from a very, very technical background. So I'm now, learning all of these things, migration and all of. So migration is basically, what I see is, because people look for more opportunity than what they have at their current state. No? So when we are looking into a demand and supply side of a decentralized system, there is not a single silver bullet to that. So we will never be able to design our system in a way that it'll be 100% utilized to continuously match that demand and supply. But there are a lot of different parameters that we need to evaluate to understand and come to some kind of close estimates on what kind of demand and supply situation will prevail over a period of time, and what kind of a plant like what size of the plant do we need to install, or how bigger the irrigation system would require. In irrigation perspective, it's a little bit easier because the land does not change, and given the climatic condition, there are definitive types of crops, so you would know the crop water requirement, and you can estimate those irrigation designs for those particular contexts. But when it comes to energy, that is something that would can change very, very drastically, or can be highly underutilized. And if we do not design an optimized system, then the finance of that system would fail miserably, because if it's underutilized, the plant would not generate even enough revenue to sustain itself. Or if it's overutilized, then the plant would not have power and that reliability to cater the population. So that's why it's really important to understand the ecosystem-based approach, because there's an interplay among all of these different parameters for that demand and supply sort of understanding that. So I'm not giving you like a single answer, but this is the approach that we take when we do a proper site assessment and look into what kind of sizing that we need to do for this kind of systems. Now I'm coming to I think I've tried to answer that. Coming to your second question, what do ECMOD, what is ECMOD's role? ECMOD role is we are a knowledge center. That's what we are. We are not implementers. We are not agencies like ADB that finance multiple infrastructure projects. What we do is we create knowledge. We not only create knowledge, but we are collaboratively working to create that knowledge and evidence to tackle climate change. What are the pressing issues? Where do we need to go? What are the evidence that we can generate from here to go into sort of like policy sort of actions and those kind of things. So that is majorly what our role, and whatever capacity gaps are there, or whatever the gaps are there that is within our jurisdiction that we can support. Maybe it's a knowledge gap and we build capacity, or this kind of tools that we are developing for the government of Nepal to implement projects, or showing that opportunity to investors, which can be private sectors or VCs or blended finance, or those kind of areas, so that they know that there is an opportunity where they can come and tap on this opportunity and benefit to the local population as well. So that's basically what role we play at ECMOD. So what was the other question? Yeah, that is a very new topic to me as well. I've worked very closely with indigenous people, especially in the western part of Nepal, Humla. So especially, your question was targeted towards hydropower, and in ECMOD, we are not, like, as I said, we are not implementers, but what we are working at the moment is sustainable development framework of hydropower. Hydropower, energy is one of the output that's hydropower, it's coming out of hydropower, but there are a lot of different things that we need to look upon, So hydropower is affecting environment. Environment is also affecting hydropower. There is both way interplay, because say there is, a glacier outburst or flood, that is significantly affecting the hydropower as well. But when you are building a hydropower, you are also affecting the environment. What is the social aspect? What is the technical aspect? What is the economical aspect? So it's really important to come with, like a holistic framework to look upon, rather than, just looking everything in silos. And I think there is where, this kind of, very important issues that you have highlighted would come there, because, there will be indigenous people are so much connected to the nature, and once you disturb that, ultimately it's also going to disturb their lives. And I don't think any development should be built up, like that. So I think there has to be more holistic development approach where there should be, trade-offs or win-win mechanism for, for the developer as well as, the community that is supposed to get the benefits out of it. Thank you.
Sohan, I saw your eyes light up for a couple of those responses. Do you want to add some thoughts?
So we are not only losing our lives and livelihoods, also we are losing our GDP. So it's costing our GDP, as well as is a huge mismatch that we as South Asian young people, half of the young people are facing climate crisis, and will be affected in next decade or next 50 years also. As well as we are not in the track, not in education, not in training, and not in employment. And businessmen are also not in track. So we are out of the track, right? So we have to focus on the economic resilience. So sustainable economic resilience needed, as well as economic resilience needed for community people, especially young people. When we can enhance the young people's economic resilience, then they will not be migrants or displaced people, and it will be another global threat. Now global community are more financing on their protection, but they can't tackle this global security crisis if started financing to loss and damage, financing to adaptation, enhancing economic resilience. And second one, our new opportunities LDC graduation for Nepal and Bangladesh. So now the development agencies, especially donors, are talking that they will not continue the development fund as a charity. They want to enhance their trade partnership, and they want to enhance their business with young people. So huge potentiality on water businesses, huge potentiality on green businesses. So how our young people can be involved with this process? So we have a lot of skill development agencies and a lot of policies, but we have to unlock this potential, how we can leverage the LDC graduation with the green opportunities. And last one is business as usual. So our businessmen are doing business as usual, but we have to focus on the sustainable and resilience business, as well as not taking climate as a new profitable cause. They destroyed our planet, they destroyed climate, now they are becoming leader. So we are welcoming them, we are not against them, but they are starting greenwashing in name of innovation, name of technology, name of solution. So they have to change their business as usual, and no more greenwashing, take people in the center, young people in the center, for planet, for people, for humanity. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think greenwashing is a really good point here, where resilience is rather a theoretical concept. It's often an overused word, as well as something that businesses might not to be often aren't too keen on. Let's phrase it this way, because it requires investments now into an uncertain future. So there have to be really good business arguments to be made, and I think youth and our future generations are probably the best placed to actually push those questions. So we have about 10 minutes left, I was warned, which is probably just not enough time to actually make you think with us. So I'm going to see if there are any other questions. Yes, fantastic. Simona, would you mind? Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon, everybody present in the room. So the panel has time and again mentioned about the resilience and addressing the climate crisis all around the world, and especially here in South Asia. So, and we have also touched a little bit about children and younger generation and how we can incorporate them in sustainable future. So we should also acknowledge that children are that group of demography who are very dynamic, whose needs change as they grow up. And to fill up the vacuum of the children, there will be more children coming in the future generations. So my question is that how can we create a room for a dynamic strategy so that we can incorporate children of present, and we can also keep, taking them forward while also thinking about the future. For example, the needs of Gen Zs are going to be very different from the needs of Gen Alpha, and we already acknowledge that the businesses and climate and humanitarian needs of millennials are very different from the demands of Gen Z. So how can we incorporate this dynamic strategies together with human rights and also upcoming sustainable business strategies?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Me, Dr. Bahadur Tangang from Nepal. In my opinion, the businesses and the communities we have in Nepal, I think they are not much aware about the child resilience development. So first of all, they should know about the child resilience development, and also the diversity of Nepal. Our land is the diversity in terms of several different languages, different cultures, different ethnicities, different religions, lots of socio-cultural different aspects we have. And also the when we go to the Constitution Article number 39, the Constitution has our Constitution has ensured the rights of the child, that every child should have right to education, right to health, right to life in the family, right to sports, and right to overall development of the children. So in this, if we talk panelists from ICIMOD, as you know very well about the diversity and the poor developed infrastructure in Nepal. So our dream is to ensure the rights of the child, ensured by the institution in Nepal. So what kind of specific mechanisms or national plans that could ensure all these issues of the child rights in Nepal? Then also the child resilience development in Nepal.
Can I ask you to keep it to another 10 seconds, maybe?
Yeah, please, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Then also the child resilience development is very poor in Nepal. So we are talking about the equitable education, inclusive education, and right to play of the children in each and every sector of the community. So how can we ensure this type of this situation in Nepal? How do you think about this as per your experiences? That's my question for the panelists from ICIMOD. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. I'm just thinking, because we're talking about business community resilience, there are three buzzwords here: communities, businesses, and resilience. Now, if you ring fence any area, for instance, you need to plan very well in order to make sure that you connect between businesses and also the community in order to create that resilience which is required. We used to have CSR, corporate sector responsibility, right? Now we have new buzzwords. At some point in time, we realized that probably we were not able to make businesses or corporate sector realize that, they have to earmark certain funding for a specific cause. Now the cause is quite evident in terms of building that resilience amongst those communities. That's very important, because you want your businesses to flourish, right? And if it's being hit by any shock or stress or any pandemic, how do you work closely? To me, it requires a lot of planning, I think. In that particular ring-fenced area that I was talking about. It could be at the Palika level here in Nepal, at the municipal level, where somebody has to take lead. Maybe it's the Palika administration who has to take lead in terms of making sure that they connect the dots, in terms of making sure that they do the resilience planning which is required in between businesses, all small and medium enterprises, maybe whatever exists, whosoever exists, It doesn't mean what kind of businesses, because you just need to motivate them, right? And you need to connect them with the communities. And I think children here can play a very important role as leaders, maybe, where they can play their effective role in making this happen. But this is a model which needs to be unpacked for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe one final question, because I'm going to answer two questions with one very simple answer.
Thank you very much for giving me the chance. My question is, as you rightly pointed out towards the climate change and the floods devastation in our country, in Pakistan, that is also part of South Asia. So the climate change is the collective responsibility of the whole world. My question is, I'll be very brief in my question. My question is, what exactly plans what exactly you are planning to mitigate the losses caused due to the climate change and severity and intensity of the seasons, especially floods and rains?
Okay. So I'm going to pick out the second question, and I'm going to point at someone in the audience. Sunita, can you get up and show or wave at us, please? Because there we have a specialist in child-centered DRR. So I'm going to refer the second question on child rights and how we can make the community aware and collaborate with children on this back to the audience, to the specialist. And then just kind of to really summarize, children and youth are a very dynamic group. Generation Alpha, Z, Millennials, all those names I need to Google which one starts. So in 30 seconds, how would you create a dynamic strategy to take their needs into account?
Yes, it's another untapped opportunity is a demographic dividend. So if we skill them, enhance their soft skill and technical skill, so then we can tackle climate crisis, and another crisis is a population disaster. So it's right time to harnessing demographic dividend by enhancing their skills and take appropriate policies and must engagement of the businesses. So I urge to governments, people to coordinate business policies, climate policies, disaster policies, and youth policies together. Thank you.
That was 20 seconds. That was impressive. So the third reflection around resilience, ring fencing to dialogue. I'm going to direct that at you, Abhishek, because I think that was a bit Nepal focused in that sense. Who would you say is best placed to lead this dialogue?
That's a very difficult question. I don't think I have an answer for that. I don't think I have an answer for that. But I think it all comes with awareness. That's really important because everybody has their roles to play here. But I think the problem is, the language, what the language they understand, we are not speaking that language. Say our climate scientists, even at ECMOD, they have this, really good science that sometimes I don't understand as well. So we have to come with a language that the business people understand. For instance, if I go to a farmer and say, okay, this year forecast we can predict that we are going to have lean monsoon, so you need to have a reliable irrigation system, otherwise you are going to lose 25% of your income or whatever that is. That is the language they would understand. Same language businesses would understand as well. When we're talking about resilience, so there needs to be someone to as a convener of this in a language they understand, but I particularly don't see there will be like one role, like one person role. It will be a collaborative role.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And the fourth question, I think you also wanted to respond to. You have another 20 seconds because then we need to wrap up for the next session.
When we are talking about the humanitarian support, so it's focusing on the natural disaster and conflict. But when we're talking about the climate change, it's not natural, it's human cost, first one. Second one is a loss and damage. So loss and damage fund, and we have some tension and mistrust between South Asian countries, but in Sharm el-Sheikh, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sherry Rahman, Sabir Hossain Chaudhary fight together and win this fund. So now is discussion, negotiation going on, who will pay, who will get. So to assessment and engagement of private sector, so every country is developing national mechanism for loss and damage as well as national adaptation plan. So those national plan will create links with the private sector. And final urge is that, so we are not against the business, but we are urging responsible business with respecting human rights. But you cannot continue business with our common interest, commons, water commons, air common, air. And last one is that your core product can be our core problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Join me into a small round of applause for our two panelists. And as was mentioned in the previous session, please take the conversations into the tea break. There are many UNICEF and other colleagues in the audience. If you have more questions around child rights and so on, please refer to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, panel. Sorry for hovering over your head. Thank you, participants and audience. Yes, tea break, but before we break, when we come back at 3:15 here in this room, we are going to have Unregulated and Invisible, the challenges faced by women workers in Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. On the other room, AB, we are going to have equitable transition towards a green economy. So please come back as you see fit by 3:15. Enjoy your tea, coffee, please. Thank you. Hi. Last but very, very important session. So please take your seat. Yeah. Prarthana, thank you so much for doing that. And then I'm going to be handing it over to you very soon. Yes. Hi, Amy. Can you please request all the people to come in kindly? Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, I think we should better be starting. So just before we go into this, bit of an announcement is that this is the last session of the day, but obviously not any less important. This is very, very critical. Thank you for being here. So after this session ends, we're gonna take few minutes to open this, break this open again, the entire full hall, and then we'll be going into the closing session at 4:30-ish, hopefully, right? So at this point, let's start anyway. So this session is all about unregulated and invisible. That says a lot. The challenges faced by women workers in Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. And to moderate the session and to get her panel introduced, I'm going to request Ms. Prarthana Rao, Program Officer, Advocacy and Research, Forum Asia, to take it over. Prarthana, to you, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Is it okay? So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for choosing to attend this last session. We know that you've had a very intense 3 days, so we really appreciate you being here for this final session before the closing plenary. My name is Prarthana, and I work at the Asian Forum for Human Rights and Development, also known as Forum Asia, and I'll be your moderator today. We have an incredible panel with us here today, comprising of civil society organizations from Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, as well as impacted women community members themselves who have flown, some of them flown a really long way to be here. And we're extremely grateful to have them here with us today to share their stories. So what we're going to do today is a panel discussion where I'll be asking a few questions to the panelists on the stage. And then after, if everything goes well, it'll be about 20 minutes per country. So that's Pakistan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. And then we'll open the floor up for questions at the end. So hopefully we have enough time for all of that. So today we're here to discuss what it's like to be women in the unregulated, informal sectors in Pakistan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Against this backdrop of government apathy, patriarchy, informality, unregulation, what is it like for the lived realities of the women in these 3 countries, as well as hear from experts of civil society organizations in the 3 countries who work to amplify the voices of the women here today. So just over the past 3 days, we've heard a lot about what it means for governments to promote responsible business practices, how to ensure human rights in global supply chains, what is the potential of mandatory human rights due diligence, and most importantly, how do we support and protect these vulnerable communities in different countries, and those who we often say are at the bottom of the pyramid, even though I don't necessarily like using that phrase because putting workers at the bottom of a pyramid automatically implies that they're not necessarily a priority. So I often like to look at workers as being at the top of the pyramid so that they're the first point of consideration when any decisions are made on policies. So keeping that aside, I think we've had an opportunity to listen to experts from different stakeholders at this incredible forum. And it only makes sense that we end this forum with the voices of the communities themselves. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce who we have on the panel today. So first we have Mr. Zia-ur-Rahman from Awaz Center for Development Services that works to secure the rights of marginalized communities in Pakistan. And then we have Ms. Samandi, who is a woman agricultural worker from Pakistan with us today. Then from Nepal, we have Ms. Kalpana Karki from the Community Self-Reliance Center. And we have Ms. Rajwati Mandal, who is the leader of the Harawa Charawa Rights Forum in Nepal. And from Sri Lanka, we have Mr. Sakuna Gamage from the Law and Society Trust, Sri Lanka. And we have Ms. Padmapriya Kanagaraj an export processing zone worker in Sri Lanka. So we're going to be hearing from the communities as well as the NGOs that work to support the communities on some of the biggest challenges that they face. In the spirit of inclusion, we didn't want English to be a language barrier in getting the voices of the communities heard. So while we do have Nepali translation, we also will have speakers speaking in Punjabi, Tamil, and Sinhalese. So part of this session will be in the form of simultaneous interpretation, thanks to our incredible interpreters back there for Nepali English. And part of the session will be in consecutive interpretation, where Zia ji and Sakuna have very kindly volunteered to translate for the community members. So we really request your patience and understanding, because we want to make sure that language should never be a barrier in listening to the voices of communities. So I would like to start without any further, I'd just like to ask you about Pakistan and the context of Pakistan. So we know that agriculture plays a huge role in the Pakistan economy, with about 60 to 70% of the rural population directly or indirectly linked to the agricultural sector. Women specifically working in agriculture play a very critical role. But despite that, women's contribution is very rarely recognized and rewarded. So, I mean, to just set the scene for everyone in the room here, we'd love to know why you think women's contribution in the agricultural sector isn't respected as much as maybe men's contribution in the agricultural sector. So I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Pratna. Before I go for the question you asked, I think I would like to say something about the topic today. When we say this irregulated and invisible, I think the women, particularly in South Asia, are not invisible. They are very much visible in the green wheat and cotton fields of Pakistan and India. They are very much visible in the paddy fields of Bangladesh and the tea gardens of Sri Lanka. But they are informal and irregulated. So Pakistan, as you have said, that almost 75% economy is informal, and largely our economy is based upon agriculture, and much of our population lives in the rural areas, and most of the women who live in the rural areas, they work in the agriculture fields. They are irregulated and informal. The challenges are that they have to work from dawn to dusk. They are being paid less. They are not being given any health and education, like particularly the rural women don't have access to the basic social services. They do not go alone in the field, rather they have to go together in the field because of the harassments, and they face lots of challenges even in the working field areas. Some of the challenges related to the women who have been working in the agriculture fields are that they face lots of health issues like skin allergies, because they are not being given that protected gadgets. Like those who are working in the cotton fields, they face lots of breathing challenges and skin allergies. Laws are not there, unfortunately. One of our province does have this Women Agriculture Workers Act that was enacted in 2019, but there is quite unfortunate that that law is not being implemented in letter and spirit. We do have social protection policies, like one of the biggest social protection policy is Benazir Income Support Program. Women who are working in the agriculture fields does have access, but at the same time, almost 13 million women in Pakistan do not have computerized national identity cards. So they are actually left behind because they don't have the national identity card, so they cannot access to those social protection policies and social protection programs. So other than that, particularly many minority communities are also engaged in the agriculture fields. They also face lots of challenges. Most of the minority communities have challenges like they face forced conversions. They do work in the fields of Muslim feudal lords. So they actually, exploit their girls. They even cannot study in the regular schools. It's a challenging situation for them. So the religious minority communities who are actually living in the rural areas and women agriculture workers, they also face double challenges than the mainstream rural workers.
And so you've sort of painted this picture of what it's like in Pakistan, which I think is actually quite similar in a lot of agrarian-based countries, even in South Asia. So the low income, lack of education, low health outcomes, lack of laws and to protect women specifically and recognize their gender disadvantages, lack of ID and social protection, and then the exploitation, as you said, of minorities, including religious minorities. Ms. Samandi here belongs to a religious minority in Pakistan, and along with being a woman agricultural worker, I think she also has faced additional layers of disadvantages because of that status of being a minority. So you're a woman agricultural worker, and then you're a woman agricultural worker from a religious minority. So we'd love to hear her experiences, Ms. Samandi, from the familial level to the community level to the government level. What are some of the disadvantages that you face as a woman agricultural worker?
Samandi Bibi, ਉਹ ਪੁੱਛ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੀ ਨਾਮ ਹੈ ਖੇਤਾਂ 'ਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਮਸਾਇਲ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਮਸਲੇ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੇ
ਮਸਲੇ ਹੁਣ ਕਣਕ ਫੁੱਟੀ ਕੱਪਾ ਵੀ ਚੁਗਦੇ ਆ ਚੁੰਗੇ ਵੀ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਆ
Can you, I think the mic?
ਥੋੜਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਕਰ
Thank you. शर्मा की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं.
पहले बार तो चुंगे मारते हैं, फिर गोडी करते हैं, फिर वाड़ छिद्रे भी करते हैं, अद्धे अद्धे काटते हैं, तो फिर कपा चुगन जाते हैं. जेड़ी कपा हुण गई है ना 800 मन दिता सी. तो मन तो किसी तो होता है, किसी तो नहीं होता. 2 जनिया का मन होता है. तो फिर 400 बच की हुए, कुछ नहीं होता. महंगाई है बड़ी. तो बच्चे छोटे भी ले जाते हैं नाल. बच्चे फिर मिट्टी भी खाते हैं, रोंदे भी है. तो फिर कणक ही कपन जाते हैं. जे 8 बंदे हुए एक काटते तो किला कप जाते हैं. जे 2 जने हुए तो एक नाल भी नहीं कपी जाती. फिर कपो, फिर उन्हें बनो, फिर ओरी ढेरी करो. तो 3 मन देंदे ने, कोई 4 मन भी देते ने.
So what she is saying that I'm engaged in this cotton picking, and there are several other, other steps while going for the picking, but I really don't know what to say in English, but I simply know this cotton picking, and for almost 1 mon, they get 800 rupees, but 1 mon can be collected and picked by like 2 people, sometimes 3 people, sometimes 4 people. So they hardly get, 1 person hardly get 200 rupees or 400 rupees, something like that. They are also engaged in wheat harvesting, and for harvesting of 1 acre, they need 8 persons. So what she was highlighting is that we are being paid very low while doing this work. जी, इस तो अलावा और दसो की मसले आंदे ने ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ?
नहीं नहीं कोई बात नहीं है तो so we also know from our research that we have done that women are paid lower wages like she mentioned, and then women have the additional responsibility of familial caretaking because of patriarchy that exists in South Asia, and then there is sexual and gender-based harassment. There's the issue of safety in the agricultural fields. And then there is also the gendered nature of agriculture where women are only allowed to do certain types of agriculture while men are given other forms of agriculture. So we'd love to hear from you about if you faced or if you know community members in the Rahim Yar Khan district who face similar issues because of being a woman.
ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹ ਦੱਸੋ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਖੇਤਾਂ 'ਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾਤਰ ਕੀ ਮਸਲੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਾਕਿਆਤ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਜੀ ਤੰਗ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਔਰਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਵਿੱਚ
ਨਹੀਂ ਤੰਗ ਕਰਦੇ
ਅੱਛਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫੀਲਡ ਵਿੱਚ
ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਵੇ ਬਹੁਤੀ ਦੇਵੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ
ਅੱਛਾ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਦਾ ਹਰਜ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ
ਬੱਚੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਪਾਹ ਚੁੱਗਣ
ਉਹ ਕਪਾਹ ਚੁੱਗਣ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਦਾ ਹਰਜ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ
ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ 5 ਪੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਆ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਾਦੀ ਪੜਾਂਗੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੈ ਫਿਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਦੇ
ਕੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਖਰਾਬ ਨੇ
2 ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜਨ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੋਲ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਜ਼ਬਰੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ
ਅੱਛਾ
ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਹੋਰ ਲੋਕ ਡਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੁਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੜਾਉਣਾ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਆਖਦੇ ਨੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਨੇ ਨੌਕਰੀ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਪੜਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਫਿਰ ਹੁਣ ਕਪਾਹ ਚੁੱਗੇ ਕਣਕ ਕੱਪੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ
So she says that while we go for the cotton picking and working in the field areas, we take our children along with us, and those who do not go, they also used to participate in the schools, but mostly the girls do not study beyond class 5 because the situation there is quite cumbersome. Two girls were forcibly converted into the Muslims while they were actually attending secondary school there in her district. So because of that fear, usually the Hindu community from district Rahim Yar Khan, they don't send their grown-up daughters to the school. So this is one of the challenge that they face.
What about safety in the fields? Because we had a short conversation before this where you mentioned that women don't usually go into the fields alone. And if you go together, you go in packs because that's a safer option for women. So can you comment a little bit about that and what that's like?
ਔਰਤਾਂ ਕੱਲੀਆਂ ਫੀਲਡ ਆਪਣਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਖੇਤਾਂ 'ਚ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ? ਦੱਸੋ।
ਔਰਤਾਂ ਕੱਲੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ 8-10 ਜਣੀਆਂ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਡਰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ इन्ना का कोकी भी काट लेते हैं ये भी काट लेते हैं फिर डरदियां ने
ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕੋਈ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਔਰਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਤਸ਼ੱਦਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਜਿਸਮਾਨੀ
ਨਹੀਂ
ਇਸ ਦਾ ਲੁੱਟਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੋਵੇ
ਨਹੀਂ ਬਜੇ ਨੱਕ ਦਾ ਕੋਕਾ ਕੱਢ ਲੈਣ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਰ ਲੈਣੀ
ਓਕੇ
ਹਾਂ
so because of the fear of dacoits they actually go together in like 8 to 10 women that actually going together into the fields instead going alone because of the fear of dacoits and the security challenges that most of the time the community people face. So what she was saying is that because of the fear of the dacoits, they are actually going into the fields in groups, 8 to 10 women visiting their fields on daily basis because they have to go early in the morning and coming back in the evening hours. So it's not easy for them going alone. On the way they face lots of harassment and security challenges. Sorry for this.
In terms of your managing your responsibilities at work in the fields and then managing your responsibilities at home, where we know women are expected to take care of children, expected to serve the husbands first, they don't get enough food. We'd love to hear your thoughts on, do you think it's difficult managing that more for women than it is for men? And do you think women have to bear the burden more severely than men?
ਖੇਤਾਂ 'ਚੋਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਘਰ ਆ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਭਾਲਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਖਾਣੇ ਪਕਾਣੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੀ ਮਸਾਇਲ ਨੇ?
ਦੱਸਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ। ਫਿਰ ਰੋਟੀ ਸੋਟੀ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਪਕਾ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਕੁਛ ਬੱਚੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਵੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਜਾਵੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਰੱਖ ਜਾਵੇ, ਉਹ ਆਪੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਖਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਵੇ शाम ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਪਾਣੀ ਵੀ ਭਰ ਆਵੇ, ਪਾਣੀ दूर से भर आते हैं सिर ते। ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਘਰ ਆ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਖੱਡੇ ਵੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਕੱਢੇ, ਗਟਰ ਲੈਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਨਹੀਂ ਸੂਈ ਗਏ ਸੇ ਪਾਣੀ ਸੜਕਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀਟਦੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਨੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਸੜਕਾਂ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਰੱਖੀਏ।
So what she's saying is that we get up very early in the morning, we cook food for the whole family, we put food for the rest of the family members at home, and then take our little kids along with us and go into the field, work there, and then come back, and then go out again for fetching water from far away on our heads, and then also clean up our homes because of that, the waste water is being actually collected in small containers, and they have to throw that waste water outside of their homes, far from their homes. They cannot throw that into the streets because she's saying that while we throw that water into the streets, the Muslim community do not allow us to throw that water because that is something which is being used by the Hindus. So it's a kind of, the challenge that they have been actually facing on daily basis.
And in the interest of time, because I want to give the other countries also an opportunity, I think we've heard from Ms. Samandi about some of the challenges that she faces. And I think over the past 3 days, there's been a lot of conversation around formalizing the informal. But as we know, in the South Asian context, that's not very easy to do. And that there are 100 steps that we need to take before we can actually think about formalizing the informal in a way that is inclusive for all the communities involved. So I'd love to hear your thoughts from even the Pakistani context of what you think about the idea of formalizing the informal, and what more you think CSOs, the government, and the international community can do to support this, to ensure that women are included in the discourse and are at the center of the discourse around formalizing the informal.
Thank you. Actually, it reminds me what Lorenzo was saying yesterday, that this formalization is also going informal. But women are totally neglected, particularly this women agriculture worker sectors. I think hardly few people have been thinking about that. Very few civil society organizations have been raising voice on that. The challenge is quite cumbersome to formalize this sector because we need to understand the situation of Pakistan. Pakistan is mostly the agrarian country, and we have these feudal landlords. Unfortunately, when Bangladesh got independence, they initiated and introduced that land reforms immediately. But unfortunately, Pakistan had that cosmetic land reforms. So we have large landholders where these women agriculture workers work, and that actually sector is not regulated at all. Most of our parliamentarians are coming from that landlord background. So this is one of the biggest, I think, hindrances to introduce the formalization of these women agriculture worker sectors. We need to interact with the parliamentarians, and those parliamentarians particularly who do not have that landlord background. So this is one. The second is, I think there is a need to create sensitization among the women agriculture workers and also the small landholders, because that would be, I think, quite helpful. Otherwise, formalizing this sector would not be possible. Though we have some laws, particularly the labor laws are available, but the labor department do not accept that, do not actually consider agriculture worker as a labor. This is one of the biggest impediment. While we were doing this study is available with me. Those who are interested, they can have. It gives a lots of reflection on women agriculture workers' situation and what the Labor Department as well as the parliamentarians and the National Human Rights Commissions are saying on this subject. But while we were talking with the Agriculture Extension Department and the Labor Department, they were saying that we do not have a woman force who can actually connect with the women agriculture workers, talking about their rights, safety and protection measures and things like that. They were also of the view that the capacity of we lack in the capacity of our departments to indulge into this big sector, because women agriculture workers are the largest informal, community in Pakistan. So for that actually purpose, the departments need huge infrastructure, and this is something which is lacking over there.
Thank you, and I think that is the perfect segue, what you mentioned about awareness raising, capacity building, and then also agrarian reform, and the laws and policies need to be reformed to make it more inclusive, to first recognize agricultural workers as part of the labor force. And with that, I'd like to move on to our next country, Nepal. So we have with us a representative from CSRC that works on agrarian reform and land rights, Ms. Kalpana. I'd love to hear from you about the Harawa-Charawa bonded labor system, which I think in many articles is referred to a modern form of slavery. We know that because of this Harawa-Charawa system, families get stuck in this vicious cycle of poverty, indebtedness, and leaving them at the mercy of the landowners indefinitely, without a way out. So we would love to hear from you a little, for those in the room who are not familiar with the Harawa-Charawa system, about what it is and how it manifests in today's world. And if this will, I think, for Nepal, it will also require simultaneous interpretation. So for those who don't have the devices, please feel free to go and get it from the back. Over to you.
Thank you. हरुवा चरुवा चाहिँ नेपालमा यो जुन बधुवा श्रम प्रणालीको एउटा रूप हो। नेपालको लागि हामीले सुन्दै आएका छौं कि कमैया अनि हलिया सुदूरपश्चिममा, त्यसैगरी कमलरी र मध्य प्रदेशको खास गरी पूर्वी तराईका जिल्लाहरूमा चाहिँ हरुवा चरुवाको एउटा अवशेषको रूपमा अहिले पनि यो बधुवा श्रम चाहिँ यसको प्रकारहरू स्वरूपहरू फेरिएका छन्, तर अझै पनि छ। र हरुवा कसलाई भन्ने भन्दाखेरि जो खेतीपातीका लागि जमिनमा हलो जोत्ने काम गर्नुहुन्छ उहाँहरूलाई हरुवा भन्ने गरिन्छ, र चरुवा भनेको चाहिँ गाई बस्तु चराउनेलाई चरुवा भनेर बुझिन्छ। र यसलाई अझ सजिलोसँग बुझ्ने हो भने चाहिँ खास गरी जमिनदारको ऋण या जग्गा जमिन लिए बापत हैन, उसको चाहिँ पुस्तौंदेखि चाहिँ हलो जोत्ने काम, त्यसपछि घरायसी जुन कामहरू गरिन्छ त्यो व्यक्तिलाई चाहिँ हामीले यो हरुवा चरुवा भनेर बुझ्ने गर्छौं। र यस्तो जुन यो हरुवा चरुवाको एउटा प्रणालीगत हिसाबले प्रष्ट नदेखिने तर वर्षौंदेखि एउटा शोषणको रूपमा अगाडि बढिरहेको जुन एउटा सिस्टम छ, त्यो सिस्टममा जो श्रमिकहरू हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरू अधिकांश जातीय हिसाबले दलितहरू, जो हाम्रो एउटा आर्य वंशमा बाहुनहरूले हलो जोत्न हुँदैन भन्ने एउटा ग्रन्थहरूमा पनि लेखिएको देखिन्छ र त्यो अभ्यासमा पनि पाइन्छ। त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ जमिनदारले आवासको लागि वा खेतीको लागि सानो टुक्रा जमिन दिएर उसलाई चाहिँ आफ्नो घर छेउमा अथवा अलिकति जोखिमयुक्त ठाउँहरू जहाँ कुलोको ढिक हुन्छ, खोला नदीको किनार हुन्छ, त्यस्तो ठाउँमा चाहिँ राखिरहेको हुन्छ र त्यसलाई खास चाहिँ स्थानीय भाषामा लघुवाई पनि भनिन्छ। सानो टुक्रा जमिन दिएको हुन्छ र त्यो जमिन दिए बापत र उसलाई कुनै जमानामा जुन ऋण दिए बापत त्यो ऋणको ब्याज बापत चाहिँ त्यो घरको जुन पुरुषहरूले हलो जोत्ने काम र महिलाहरूले चाहिँ सम्पूर्ण जमिनदारको घरायसी जे काम पर्छ त्यो काम चाहिँ एकदमै कम ज्यालामा, न्यून ज्यालामा र कतिपय अवस्थामा चाहिँ निःशुल्क पनि श्रम गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ र त्यो कार्य घण्टाको कति हुने भन्ने पनि निश्चित हुँदैन र उनीहरूले सन्चो हुँदा या नहुँदा हैन आफ्नो परिवारमा मृत्यु नै भए पनि त्यो जमिनदारको घरमा चाहिँ बाध्य भएर काम गर्नुपर्ने एउटा जुन समुदाय छ, जुन एउटा सिस्टम छ, त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामी नेपालमा हरुवा चरुवा भनेर भन्ने गर्छौँ। र यो चाहिँ हुन्छ नि इच्छा भएन म अर्कोकोमा ज्याला कम भयो म अरूकोमा ज्याला गर्न चाहन्छु भन्दा पनि त्यो समुदायले चाहिँ पाइरहेको अवस्था छैन र त्यसैले यसलाई बलपूर्वक आफ्नो इच्छा नभएको अवस्थामा पनि बाध्य रूपमा चाहिँ श्रम गर्नलाई परिबन्धले एउटा चाहिँ ऋणको ब्याजले गर्दाखेरि, अर्को परिवारको पालन पोषणको लागि चाहिँ एउटा बाध्यकारी अवस्थाले गर्दाखेरि र अर्को चाहिँ विकल्पहरू नहुँदाखेरि उनीहरूको जुन एउटा ज्यालाको दर तोकिएको हुँदैन, घण्टा तोकिएको हुँदैन, त्यसकारण चाहिँ यो हरुवा चरुवाहरू चाहिँ जमिनदारकोमा श्रम गर्न चाहिँ बाध्य भइरहेका छन् र यो चाहिँ जुन हरुवा चरुवाको जुन अवस्था छ यो रहिरहनुमा खास गरी मूल यसको जरो भनेको चाहिँ भूमिको असमान वितरण। नेपालमा जोसँग जमिन छ उहाँहरू खेती गर्नुहुन्न र जोसँग जमिन छैन खेती गर्ने सिप छ तर उहाँहरूसँग जमिन छैन र हरुवा चरुवा बस्ने अधिकांश समुदायको जुन खास गरी मुसहर, डोम, सदा, राम, चमार जस्तो जुन जातका समुदायका मान्छेहरूसँग चाहिँ खेती गर्ने जमिन छैन। यतिकै उहाँहरूसँग खास गरी आवासको लागि जुन जमिन छ नि त्यो चाहिँ एउटा शौचालयको लागि पनि पुग्दो जमिन छैन। उहाँहरू एक दूर जमिनमा 5 देखि 10 जनाको परिवार चाहिँ बसिराख्नु भएको हुन्छ। त्यसलाई हामीले संविधानमा लेखिएको जुन सम्मानपूर्वक बाँच्न पाउने हक नेपाली नागरिकको लागि जुन त्यहाँ सुनिश्चित गरिएको छ तर व्यवहारमा चाहिँ त्यो पाइँदैन। त्यसैले यो एउटा नदेखिने तर लामो समयदेखि टिकिरहेको बाध्यकारी श्रमको, बन्धुवा श्रमको एउटा रूप चाहिँ हरुवा चरुवा छ र यसलाई टिकाइराख्नलाई भूमिको असमान वितरण, त्यसै गरी न्यायिक ज्यालाको सुनिश्चितता नहुने र जातीय विभेद जुन छ त्यसले गर्दा चाहिँ टिकाइरहेको छ। Thank you.
Thank you. I think what you've highlighted actually perfectly sums up this intergenerational cycle of poverty where you really have no escape because you don't have land, you're reliant on the landowners, and the landowners are able to exploit you indefinitely. So there's really no way out. So we'd love to hear from Rajwati ji, who is the leader of the Harawa Charawa Rights Forum. What has been your experience of being a woman trapped in this system, and what kind of support, if any, have you received?
अब चाहिँ राजवती दिदीको पालो अनि तपाईले जुन एउटा हरुवा चरुवा समुदायमा आफू बसिराख्नु भएको छ र हरुवा चरुवा समुदायको तपाईले नेतृत्व पनि गरिराख्नु भएको छ र यो हरुवा चरुवाको जुन बाँधा श्रम प्रणाली छ त्यो भित्र महिलाहरूले कस्तो कस्तो समस्याहरू चुनौतीहरू भोग्नु परेको छ र तपाईं आफै पनि त्यो समुदायको एकजना प्रतिनिधि पात्र भएको हुनाले तपाईले चाहिँ आफू महिला हुँदाखेरि भोगेका बाधाहरू चुनौतीहरू के छन् तपाईले अब बोल्ने।
धन्यवाद, थ्याङ्क यू गुड मॉर्निंग, नमस्ते। पहले परिचय में जाऊँ। हाम्रो नाम राजवती मण्डल, जिला सिरहा, थर लक्ष्मीपुर पतारी गाउँपालिका 1, टोल पिपरा र हरुवा चरुवा राष्ट्रिय केन्द्रीय कोषाध्यक्ष। हरुवा चरुवाको मा हामी यो जुन हाम्रो म्याडमले बताउनु भयो त्यो दुख र हामी नै भोगेको हाम्रो 2 नम्बर प्रदेशको 8वटा जिल्लाको र 8वटा जिल्ला होइन कि कैलाली कञ्चनपुर यता 7 जिल्ला पनि सबै ठाउँको हामी भोगेको छौँ। तर के छ भनेदेखि हरुवा र चरुवा भन्ने हाम्रो मध्य प्रदेशको मालिकमा हलो जोत्ने र गाई गोरु चराउने, हलो जोत्ने हरुवा र गाई गोरु चराउने चरुवा। त्यही हुनाले अनि हलैया र कमैया, हलैयामा त्यही हो, भाषाको मात्रै परिवर्तन छ, भाषाको फरक छ र दुःख र सुख त्यही हो। भनेदेखि यो हरुवा चरुवाको मुद्दा लिएर हामी 22 वर्षसम्म बोकेर हिँडिरहेको छौँ। किनभनेदेखि नारा जुलुस ज्ञापन पत्र सबै बुझाएर ठाउँ ठाउँमा आफ्नो यहाँ के भन्छन् सिंहदरबारमा, राजदरबारमा र भूमि मन्त्रालयमा सधैँ हामी आएर ज्ञापन पत्र बुझाए, त्यही पनि हाम्रो हरुवा चरुवाको दुःख बुझेको छैन। किनभनेदेखि हाम्रो माग हरुवा चरुवाको घाँसबास कपासमा 5 बुन्दे माग र त्यही पनि हामी 22 वर्षदेखि नारा जुलुस लगाउँदै पैदल यात्रा र साइकल यात्रा गरेर हामी दुःख भोगेर झोलामा चामल बोकेर हामी आफ्नो मागको लागि आइरहेको छौँ, गइरहेको छौँ। त्यही पनि सरकारले अहिलेसम्म हाम्रो हरुवा चरुवाको भूमिहीन सुकुम्बासीको दुःख बुझेको छैन। किनभनेदेखि कानुन भन्ने एउटा हो, तर यहाँ सरकाరైमा देखिरहेको छ दुईटा। किन दुईटा देखिरहेको छ भनेदेखि 22 वर्षभित्रमा हलैया कमैया र कैलाली कञ्चनपुर 7 जिल्लामा मुक्तिको घोषणा भयो। तर हाम्रो तराईमा 2 नम्बर प्रदेश तराई 8 जिल्लामा केही अत्तपत्त थिएन, केही थाहै पाएन हामी। किन त सँगसँगै हामी भूमिहीन सुकुम्बासीसँगै वही हो, भूमिहीन सुकुम्बासी पनि हरुवा चरुवा हो र हरुवा चरुवा भन्ने मध्य प्रदेशमा हरुवा चरुवा हो। दुःख एउटै छ, तर भाषाको फरकमा यहाँ हाम्रो काठमाडौँमा नेपालीहरूले बुझेको छैन कि मध्य प्रदेशमा के दुःख छ र हाम्रो नेपालीमा के दुःख छ। त्यो भनेर हामी उहाँ भन्नुभयो कि हाम्रो किन त 2 नम्बर प्रदेशमा मुक्तिको घोषणा छुटेको छ सर, के भयो त? हाम्रो आवाजको कम भयो कि बहुमत पुगेन कि? त्यही पनि हामी नारा जुलुस लगाइरहेको छौँ, हामी खटिरहेको छौँ कि हाम्रो आफ्नो मुक्तका लागि। किनभनेदेखि 1 नम्बरमा हाम्रो मुक्तिको घोषणा पाइने छ र ऋण मिन्हा र जाला सम्बन्धी अनि हाम्रो प्याकेज सहित सबैभन्दा पहिले सरकारले मैसेज दिएर भनेको थियो र एकपल्ट भूमिहीन सुकुम्बासी हरुवा चरुवालाई जग्गा उपलब्ध गराइदिन्छु, तर एकपल्ट भन्छन् जग्गा दिन्छु, घर बनाइदिन्छु, एकपल्ट के गरिरहेको छ भनेदेखि उठीबास गरिरहेको छ। ठुलो समस्या छ हाम्रो हरुवा चरुवा भूमिहीन सुकुम्बासीको, एकदम जर्लट समस्या रहेछ। त्यही समस्या लिएर हामी के भन्नु भनेदेखि कसरी यो समस्या हाम्रो हल हुन्छ। त्यही कारणले म आज 3 दिनको यो 3 दिनको मिटिङमा यहाँ सबै ठाउँको सरहरूलाई देखेर म खुसी पनि भएँ कि हाम्रो समस्या कहाँसम्म पुगाइदिन्छ भनेर। हाम्रो यो नियुक्ति आउँछ कि आउँदैन, हाम्रो फल पाउँछ कि पाउँदैन भनेर म खुसी भएछु। अहिले दुखी पनि छु, खुसी पनि छु। किनभनेदेखि हाम्रो मुक्ति त घोषणा भयो, तर मुक्ति घोषणा भएर हेर्नुहोस्
यति कुरा त गर्नुभयो, तर आज यहाँ सुन्न चाहेको विषय चाहिँ के हो भन्दाखेरि त्यो हरुवा चरुवा समुदायमा महिला, तपाईँ जस्तो महिला दिदीबहिनीहरूले भोग्नु भएको समस्या र चुनौतीहरू चाहिँ के छ त, र त्यो चुनौती र समस्याहरूलाई समाधान गर्नको लागि तपाईँले देखेको बाटोहरू के हो? अब त्यसमा चाहिँ अलिकति बताउनुहोस् है।
धन्यवाद। हाम्रो महिलाको चुनौती र समस्या, महिला हिंसा हुन्छ। महिला हिंसा अब मालिक घरको काम हाम्रो मुक्ति घोषणा भएर छुटेछ, मालिकबाट पनि हामी एकदम बधाता भए र सरकारले पनि केही हाम्रो ज्याला सम्बन्धी केही ग्यारेन्टी लिएको छैन र रोजीरोटीको ग्यारेन्टी छैन। अनि त्यही हुनाले मालिकको जमिनको अगाडिमा अलानी जग्गा छ, त्यो जग्गामा हामी घर बनाए झोपडी बनाएर बसिरहेको छौँ। उहाँ मालिकबाट के गरिरहेको त उठीवास गर्न आउँछ, अनि महिलाले बोल्दाखेरि त्यसलाई कचिया भोकेर महिला हिंसा गरिरहेको छ, मारकुट गरिरहेको छ, त्यहाँ कुटकाट गरिँदैछ र मालिक घरमा काम गर्ने मान्छेलाई हातपात गरेर महिला हिंसामा पारिरहेको छ। र महिला हिंसाको कुरा त धेरै छन्, अब के भन्नु, त्यो लाजको कुरा हो। र बाल विवाहमा पनि महिला हिंसा भइरहेको छन्, जाति विभेद भएको छ, छुवाछुतमा बढिरहेको छन् र दहेजको प्रक्रियामा पनि महिला हिंसा भएको छ।
Thank you. I think that was extremely powerful. Everyone in the room could feel it. It's the level of frustration, like you said, almost selective hearing, that where the government recognizes some minority communities but then chooses not to recognize the other minority communities. So there is a lot that needs to change legislatively to support this community. Kalpana ji, we'd love to hear from you about, we know that technically in Nepal there is already the existence of the Kamaiya Labor Prohibition Act of 2001, which officially bans all forms of bonded labor. And we know that even last year there was a declaration where the government sort of acknowledged the Harawa Charawa. But despite these laws that are supposed to protect these groups, why do you think implementation is still so weak?
Thank you. अघि राजवती दिदीले के भन्नुभयो भन्दाखेरि कमैया श्रमिक ऐन जुन 2058 ल्याइयो, त्यो त्यति बेला चाहिँ खास गरी पश्चिमको जुन बधुवा श्रम प्रणाली थियो त्यसलाई मात्रै बढी चाहिँ केन्द्रित गरियो हैन। कमैया हलिया लाई जसरी फोकस गरियो त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ पूर्वको जिल्लाहरूमा रहेको यो हरुवा चरुवालाई त्यति बहसमा ल्याइएन। त्यो दुईटा कारण थियो जस्तो लाग्छ। एउटा चाहिँ जुन मध्य प्रदेशमा भएका राजनीतिक दलहरूले पनि यो हरुवा चरुवाको सवाललाई एउटा एजेन्डा बनाएर कहिले पनि राजनीतिक हिसाबले टेबलमा बहस गर्न सकिरहेको थिएन। र अर्को चाहिँ नागरिक समाजको तर्फबाट पनि जुन राजवती दिदीहरू जस्तो जुन हरुवा चरुवा समुदायमै एउटा सचेतना फैलाएर उहाँहरूको सङ्गठनलाई चाहिँ सशक्त बनाउनु पर्थ्यो, त्यति बेला त्यो हिसाबले काम हुन नसकेको अनुभूति चाहिँ हामी आफै पनि सिभिल सोसाइटीको तर्फबाट त्यो एउटा मुख्य रह्यो। र अर्को भनेको चाहिँ यो जुन विभेद र छुवाछुतले एउटा ग्रस्त भएको जुन मध्य प्रदेशको जुन आवाजलाई एउटा भनौँ न केन्द्रीकृत शासन जुन थियो नेपालमा, त्यो शासन जुन काठमाडौँ वरिपरि घुमिरहेको शासनमा त्यो मधेसको 8 जिल्लामा प्रमुख रूपमा रहेको जुन हरुवा चरुवाको सवाल थियो त्यसलाई एउटा नीतिमा ल्याएर ठोक्काउने एउटा हैसियत प्राप्त गर्न सकिएन। र त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ जुन कमैया श्रमिक ऐन निषेधित ऐन ल्याइयो, त्यो ऐनले यो हरुवा चरुवा सवाललाई चाहिँ खास छुन नसकेको हो। र गत साल जुन यो कमैया उन्मूलन भएकै दिन चाहिँ हाम्रो प्रधानमन्त्री शेरबहादुर देउवाले एउटा फेरि पुनः घोषणा जस्तो चाहिँ निश्चित सरकारवालाहरू यो हरुवा चरुवा मञ्चको प्रतिनिधिहरू सहित अध्यक्ष नै त्यसमा आउनुभएको थियो। उहाँहरूको सामुन्नेमा एउटा घोषणा गर्नुभयो कि त्यो घोषणा पनि त्यस्तो धेरै भनौँ न राज्यको तर्फबाट त्यस्तो धेरै सशक्त थिएन र कार्यान्वयनका लागि चाहिँ यो चाहिँ बाटो हो अबको भन्ने खालको थिएन। उहाँले त्यो घोषणामा के कुरा समेटिएको थियो भने यो हरुवा चरुवा सवाललाई पनि कमैया निषेध ऐन 2058ले नै त्यति बेलै समेटिसकिएको हो र त्यसकारण आगामी दिनमा स्थानीय सरकार र प्रदेश सरकारले चाहिँ यो एउटा मानवाधिकार विरुद्धको काम हो र त्यही अनुसार चाहिँ सम्पूर्ण ऋण मिना गरेर पुनर्स्थापनाको प्याकेजहरू चाहिँ अगाडि ल्याउनु हुन भनेर निर्देशन जस्तो चाहिँ त्यो घोषणामा समेटिएको थियो। त्यसकारण यो जुन कमैया निषेध ऐन 2058 छ, त्यो अन्तर्गत हरुवा चरुवाको सवाललाई नै फोकस गरेर चाहिँ नियमावली आउन जरुरी छ र त्यो नियमावलीमा खास गरी स्थानीय सरकारलाई नै हरुवा चरुवाको सवालको सम्बोधनको लागि चाहिँ मुख्य केन्द्रमा राखिनु पर्दछ र स्थानीय सरकारको अगुवाईमा आफ्नो स्थानीय तहमा भएका हरुवा चरुवाहरूको एकिन लगत सङ्कलन गर्न जरुरी छ र त्यो एकिन भएको जुन लगत छ त्यसलाई प्रमाणीकरण गरेर हरेक स्थानीय सरकारले आफ्नो वेबसाइट मा राखिसकेपछि चाहिँ उहाँहरूलाई परिचय पत्र दिने र त्यसको आधारमा पुनर्स्थापनाको प्याकेज घोषणा नगरिकन यो नेपालमा रहेको जुन एउटा बधुवा श्रमको रूपमा रहेको हरुवा चरुवाको सवालको सम्बोधन हुन सक्दैन र त्यो सम्बोधनमा पुनर्स्थापना प्याकेजमा ल्याउनु पर्ने कुराहरू के हो भने पहिलो उहाँहरूको सुरक्षित आवासको ग्यारेन्टी गरिनुपर्छ, त्यसको लागि सुरक्षित जमिन उपलब्ध गराउनुपर्छ र दोस्रो हरुवा चरुवा अधिकांश मुसर चमार डोम सदा समुदायको भएको हुनाले उहाँहरूको सिप ज्ञान भनेको माटोलाई कसरी उर्वरा बनाउन सकिन्छ भन्ने नै छ। त्यसकारण जीविकोपार्जनको लागि खेतीका लागि उहाँहरूलाई जमिन उपलब्ध गराइनु पर्दछ र तेस्रो भनेको खास गरी शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य र रोजगारीमा चाहिँ क्रमशः उहाँहरूको परिवारलाई विशेष छुट दिनुपर्दछ र कतिपय परिवारहरू हामीले देख्न नसकेको तर मानसिक हिसाबले पनि उहाँहरू तनावमा हुनुहुन्छ, कति कुराहरू देख्न नसकिने तर उहाँले भोगिराख्नु भएको छ, त्यो हिसाबले काउन्सेलिङको पनि जरुरी छ। थ्याङ्क यू।
Thank you. I think what you've highlighted, it just makes it obvious that what we need is not only legislation specifically for the Harawa Charawa, but also how to convert this legislation from intention to then action. Because it feels that somewhere along the line, even though there are laws, the intent, the government doesn't want to do anything to improve the lives. And from that intention, doesn't want to act and make sure that the lives of these marginalized communities are actually better. So thank you to you, and it's incredible to actually get to hear your voices, and I think we all recognize how privileged we are to be able to hear your voices, so thank you. In the interest of saving time, I'll move on to our last country, Sri Lanka. So we're moving from agriculture to the garments and to the garments sector. So the Law and Society Trust does a lot of research and documentation and advocacy to promote human rights and the rule of law in Sri Lanka. And we know that in Sri Lanka, the exports of garments and apparel plays a really significant role for the country's GDP. However, a lot of manufacturing facilities that are located in these export processing zones are notorious for completely ignoring labor rights and violating all forms of labor rights and human rights. And there are so many cases of exploitation and abuse reported regularly in these export processing zones, especially for casual workers in these zones who are often referred to as manpower workers, even though they include a lot of women, which already says a lot about the way we gender them. But we'd love to hear from you, Sakuna, firstly about maybe the legislative and the policy framework around these export processing zones and how they allow for this exploitation to continue.
Yeah, thank you, Pratana. Basically, when it's come to pre-trade zone and export processing zone workers, there are two sectors like permanent workers and manpower workers. Permanent workers, like they are recruiting according to the Sri Lanka's labor law, but when it's come to manpower workers, otherwise the casual workers, they are recruiting through the manpower agencies in very informal manner. There is no kind of a law or kind of a regulation related to their recruitment. And in this regard, there are discrimination towards the permanent workers too, especially sexual harassment and many other issues like their living conditions and all. But when it's come to manpower workers, they are suffering a lot, especially during last 5 years. There are lot of things happen in the world also, if we take COVID pandemic, and especially when it's come to Sri Lankan context, like especially the economic crisis and the downfall, so, and also the political crisis. So with that, within that circumstances, like when it's come to manpower workers' role, they suffered a lot, like compared to permanent workers. And the other thing is like through the Sri Lankan law and other formations, like regulations, there are no proper way of addressing these issues. Because when it's come to manpower workers, like if we can take, like compared to labor law, which recruiting the permanent workers, they don't have any kind of statutory obligation. Like there is no any document that they are bond with these factories and companies. And the other thing is like they don't have other benefits like health benefits, and even when it's come to their salary increase, and also like other benefits for their families, and also ETF and EFF, like if we take employers trust fund and employers provident fund, they don't have these kind of allocations, and there are no social security or social protection for them. And when it comes to Sri Lankan law, actually there is no proper and solid way of addressing this issue. And if I stated, like even during our one of the researchers, this threats of injustice, like we did a kind of a fact-finding mission related to affluent industry workers in free trade zone. And one of the advocate, Swastika, and she highlighted that there is a judgment in 1984, Fertilizer Corporation versus Ceylon Mercantile Union. Through that, there is a protection came out for the manpower workers, especially because of there is a trend that recruiting manpower workers for the permanent workers roles. Like if you take in the garment industry, like stitching garment, so we should not allocate manpower workers. It's kind of a permanent work. So according to that judgment, like it can't do, like because there is other ways, like it can do with the permanent workers role. And the thing is, like through that judgment, there is a request for like formatting a kind of a tribunal for protect this aspect of the manpower workers' right. But the thing is, like for run that tribunal, there should be a kind of a appeal court judge, and still it's did not recruited yet. Like it has the judgment has given in the 1984, but for now, now we are living in 2023, so there are no any functionality of this judgment and the protection that provided through the court. So, and also like when it's come to anti-harassment law, that is also very problematic, and there is no proper formation of anti-harassment law related to workers' rights and the other sectors too. So these kind of core issues should be addressed within the legal and policy framework very immediately. Otherwise, there are so many issues going on in Sri Lanka related to economic crisis and politics, and therefore, like the focus should not be go away with these things, like with the political involvement and the corruption and other issues, because these are very crucial. Because if we want to like overcome from the economic crisis, obviously like the focus should be on the laborers and the people. So I think, yeah, that's the answer for that question.
Thank you, Sakuna. I think what you've highlighted is how the lack of law, the loopholes in the law are being used by these garment factories to exploit these manpower workers to try and make sure that they're as precarious as they can be, while the factory owners make huge profits for themselves and the manpower agencies make huge profits for themselves. I think we're really lucky to have with us Padma Priya, who actually is an export processing zone worker, who was previously a permanent worker and now is a manpower casual worker. So Padmapriya, we would love to hear from you about some of the gender challenges that you faced working in an export processing zone, and what, if anything, was done to address these challenges by the company, by the manpower agency, or by any other stakeholders.
Thank you. Good evening. මගේ නම පත්මප්‍රියා. මම ඉස්සර වෙලා මං ගැන කියන්න කැමති. මම ඉස්සර වෙලා අපේ තාත්තා පොඩි කාලේ නැති වුණා. අපේ අම්මයි තාත්තයි වත්තේ තමයි වැඩ කරන්නේ. එතකොට මං අවුරුදු 13 දී සර්වන් කෙනෙක් විදියට මං වැඩට ගියා. අවුරුදු 10ක් මං සර්වන් කෙනෙක් විදියට වැඩ කරා. ඒ අතරේ මං වත්තේනුත් වැඩ කරලා දලු කඩලා තියෙනවා. එහෙ පඩිය නෑ. රුපියල් 10යි ගෙවන්නේ කිලෝ එකට. ඒ විදියට තමයි අපේ අම්මලාටත් ගෙවන්නේ. අපේ අම්මට ගොඩක් අමාරු වුණා. ඇත්තටම අපිව ජීවත් කරවන්න අමාරු නිසා මේ අපිට ඒක දරා ගන්න බෑ අම්මා දුක් විඳිනකොට. ඊට පස්සේ මමයි අක්කයි කොළඹට වැඩට ගියා. එතකොට අපි භාෂාව මුකුත් දන්නේ නෑ. ගෙදරක තමයි වැඩ කරන්න ගිහිල්ලා අපි අවුරුදු 10ක්ම වැඩ කරා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි මේ එහෙ රුපියල් 2000යි ගෙවන්නේ මාසෙටම පඩිය. ඊට පස්සේ අපි අවුරුදු 10ක් වැඩ කරලා තමයි මං ගාමන් ෆැක්ටරි එක අඳුරගත්තේ. එතනින් අඳුනගෙන මං මුලින්ම යනකොට මට මහන්න දන්නේ නැහැ. ඊට පස්සේ එයාලා පුරුදු කරලා ගත්තා. රුපියල් 11500යි මගේ මූලික පඩිය. ඊට පස්සේ මං ටික දවසක් වැඩ කරා. ඒකේ වැඩ කරද්දී ඉස්සරෝම මට ආවේ ටාකට් ප්‍රශ්නේ. ගොඩක් ටාකට් ඉල්ලනවා. අපිට ටී ටයිම් යන්න ලන්ච් ටයිම් යන්න වෙලාවක් නැහැ. එතකොට එයාලා දෙන වෙලාවෙන් පැය භාගයයි කියන්නේ. ඒකේ ලයින් එකේ ඉඳලා ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අපිට කණ්ඩත් කැම නැති වෙලක් තියෙනවා. ටී ටයිම් එකෙන් සමහර වෙලට අපි යන්නේ නැතුවත් මේ ඉඳලා මහලා තියෙනවා. අපිට එහෙම බයිනවා. එහෙම ගොඩක් දවස් මම වැඩ කරලා තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ මම කොරෝනා එනකන් වැඩ කරා.
Actually, Priya was like saying her background first. She's belonged to Indian Tamil community who lived in hill country in Sri Lanka. Her hometown is Kandy, Navalapitiya. Her family background is like they are all the family members are tea plantation workers. Her mother, father, and all of them. And she also first involved with the work in plantation sector as a tea plucking woman. And then the wage for that job is very less. Therefore, like she has decided to go to the free trade zone in Katunayaka and involve with the garment sector works. Because the reason for that is like in the tea plantation sector, so the wage is very low and it's very inadequate to like fulfill the family requirements and all. There are few others in her family too. And then like after she gone to the free trade zone in Katunayaka, she has recruited as a permanent worker first. And they have given some kind of informal training for them also as through the factory and factory owners and through some brands. And the other thing is like she's saying like even as a permanent worker there are large target production like they have to fulfill. So therefore they don't have any kind of a break, and there are a lot of violation happen during the her work time as a permanent worker too. She said like there are 5 years that she worked after 2015 as a permanent worker.
ඊට පස්සේ මම කොරෝනා ආවට පස්සේ මම වැඩ කරද්දී ලයින් එකේ අර ඕඩර්ස් අඩු නිසා එයාලා මට හුඩ් එක මාන්නලා දාන්න තිබ්බා. ඊට පස්සේ මේකේ සුපර්වයිසර් බැන්නා මට ටාකට් එක ඕනේ කියලා. ඒ වගේම ඒරියා මැනේජරුත් මට ඇවිල්ලා බැන්නා. උඹලට මෙතනින් මාහන්න බැරි නා රෙදි කෑල්ලක් දාගෙන පාරේ ඉඟා කාපල්ලා කියලා. ඒක මට දරා ගන්න බැරි මං ගිහලා HR එකේ ඉන්ෆෝම් කරා. එයාලා කිසිම තීන්දුවක් ගත්තේ නැහැ ළමයි වෙනුවෙන්. එම්බතිස්සේ ළමයිට බයිනවා විතරයි කරන්නේ. එයාලා කිසිම තීන්දුවක් ගත්තේ නැති නිසා මං එතනින් අයින් වෙලා කොරෝනා නිසා මං අයින් වෙලා කොරෝනා දවස් ටිකේ අයින් වෙලා මං ගෙදර හිටියා. ඊට පස්සේ සතියක් විතර ඉඳලා තමයි මම ගියා හයිඩ්‍රාමිනි කියලා ආයතනයකට වැඩ කරන්න. ආය ඊට පස්සේ එතනින් එයාලා අලුත් නිසා කොරෝනා දවස් ටිකේ ගොඩාක් කට්ටිය එළියට දැම්මා ළමයි ටික. ඊට පස්සේ අපිවත් එයාලා මොකද කරේ අසමක් අරගෙන ඔයාලට මාස 6න් මේ අඩු කට්ටිය අපි අස් කරනවා ඕන වෙලාවක අපි කතා කරනම් ආයෙ එන්න කියලා අපිට කිව්වා. ඒ වුණාට නමුත් එයාලා ආයෙ අපිට කතා කරේ නෑ. අපි ගොඩක් කණ්ඩ නැතුවත් ඉඳලා අපි එයාලට කතා කරලා කිව්වා මේම අපිට අමාරුයි කියලා. ඒත් අපිට වැඩට ගත්තේ නෑ එයාලා. ඊට පස්සේ එතනින් ඉඳන් තමයි මම මෑන් පවර් යන්න පටන් ගත්තේ. මෑන් පවර් ගිල්ලත් අපිට පැයක් විතර හිටන් ඉන්න වෙන උදේ 6ට ගියාම ට්‍රාන්ස්පෝර්ට් එකක් නෑ අපිට. ගිහිල්ලා එන්නවත් ට්‍රාන්ස්පෝර්ට් නෑ කිසිම ආරක්ෂාවක් නෑ පාරේ යනකොට අපිට. එතකොට එයාලා ගෙවන්නේ අපිට රුපියල් 1000යි පඩිය. ඒ පඩියනුත් එයාලා කෑමට කියලා රුපියල් 100ක් කපා ගන්නවා. ඒ ඉතුරු 900 තමයි අපි ගෙදරට අරන් එන්න ඕනේ. ඒක අරන් එනකොටම මගදී අපිට කණ්ඩ බොණ්ඩ දේවල් ඕනේ නිසා අපි ඒක මගදීම ඉතුරු කරගන්න බැරුව රුපියල් 100ක් විතර තමයි ගෙදර අරන් යන්නේ. මම බැඳලා මට බබෙකුත් ඉන්නවා. එයාට මුකුත් අරන් යන්නවත් මං ගාව සල්ලි නැහැ. ඒ විදිහටම අමාරුයි ටික.
Then she was saying like after worked as a permanent worker in free trade zone, with the COVID pandemic, there are a lot of job cut-off happened with the companies and all because of they can't pay the wages for them, and there are so many other issues went on. And then after, as well as there are a lot of discriminations happen regarding her work role because of the high production targets and all. And there are a lot of postmen and there are blaming on them and even using bad words. And therefore, like she, at one point, she couldn't bear with this pressure which came from their managers and supervisors in the company. And then after that, she has resigned from that permanent work and then started to work as a manpower, otherwise a casual worker. And during that journey also, she had to face a lot of discrimination and a lot of harassment and a lot of other issues. And also for day, there is in Sri Lankan rupees, 1,000 rupees were paid for the manpower workers. And it depend on some companies and all. Sometimes like it will go bit higher than that and bit lower than that. And she was saying like she's married now, she has a baby, and her husband also a manpower worker. Therefore, like the income is not inadequate to like fulfill her family needs and basic needs. And also like during that journey also as a manpower worker, there are a lot of harassment has happened, like lot of blaming, and there are no any security, like even as a through the work role, there are no protection. So those issues were immensely has impacted her life experience and all the things.
I think in the interest of time, I might have to just cut this off a little bit, and I'm really sorry about that, but I want to give the audience an opportunity to ask at least 1 or 2 questions, and I've been told we have 10 minutes. So I'd just like to move on to my last question for you, Sakuna. So Padmapriya has highlighted some of the harassment she faced, how because of COVID she was forced to go from a permanent worker to a manpower worker, and the additional disadvantages that brought with it. So from your perspective, what do you think needs to change? What more can the employers do? What more can the government do? We always talk about the supply chain, right? So this is one end of the supply chain. So what more can be done to protect these manpower workers, especially women manpower workers?
Yeah. Basically, when it's come to government role, like obviously there should be a solid intervention for these kind of issues related to manpower works, as well as overally the women workers and the permanent workers too. The thing is like as I answered in the earlier question, there is no any law and regulation, solid law and regulation related to their problems and the issues. And the other thing is like the government should quickly go through like create some kind of solid legal mechanism to secure their rights. And the other thing is like government should cooperate with the other sectors too. Like there are so many other parties who are like standing up for the workers' rights in the free trade zone, including civil society organizations as well as trade unions, and also obviously need kind of a good relation with the company owners and all. The thing is, like, when it's come to company owners, like, it also sometimes has been very politicized, because the company owners are given permits and all through the political relations, the friendly political relations they have with the government representatives and all. Those kind of issues also there. And the other thing is, like, from the if I say shortly, like, from the company owners, like, there should be a proper structural change within their companies, because now, like, there are no any structures, like they are recruiting permanent workers separately, and recruiting manpower workers in very short time period, like in the morning, like they are going to manpower. There are manpower agencies who are recruiting manpower workers, casual workers. So through that only they are, like, contacting the workers who are willing to work for daily wage. So in that process also very informal, and there are no any registration about the workers, and there are no any proper mechanism to recruit them also. And also there are no any protection system within the companies. And especially when it's come to companies, they can, like, create a different structure which can protect and which can get their complaints, and which can, like, give some kind of a training for the workers. And also, like, if they can form kind of a small like group or something representing workers, they can, like, raise their voice for their like wages, higher wages and other issues related to their protection of work.
Thank you. I think what you highlighted, the need for basic structural reform. Without that, everything else fails. So I think that's the perfect way to end the panel discussion. I know Samandhi ji wants to say something, and I will give her time in the end, but I just want to take maybe 2 questions from the audience. Oh, wow, okay. Maybe we can start with the lady here. Can someone help me with the microphone? And while we're getting the mic, I just want to say that if you want to read about these studies in more detail, that's the hands that feed us is the study in Pakistan, Threads of Injustice is the study in Sri Lanka, and Tied Hands is the study in Nepal. You can find that on Forum Asia's website. Yeah, please.
Hello everyone. It's been 3 days since we were talking about workers' rights. In every session we mentioned there is lack of implementation of policies. We all here are aware of issues with a lot of recommendations, but this is disappointing. We didn't invite representatives of government in each panel of discussion. We are here gathering to share our problems, having meals together, and making new friends only. That's my question to organizers.
Thank you. I think that's a very true point. Maybe we can collect, 2 more questions. The gentleman there. And then,
Well, that's a fantastic session, and I appreciate everyone who is doing. I have just few recommendations for Zia, who is working in Sindh, in Pakistan. Well, we had federation before, but now we have autonomous provinces which can pass their laws. And one good law they have passed is on early child marriage, so that supports to prevent forced conversion, and agriculture workers are benefiting from that also. And the second is a good judgment of Sindh High Court has come in a human rights defender's case, which is our case is Ghulam Ali Laghari case, in which court has said that census of workers, Haris, peasants, so it means that their name should be included into the 6th form, so that will give them the co-ownership in the land. So if that, and then also health insurance and the right to land, and also education of those. So if that verdict is challenged by the Sindh government, if collectively and with the international actors, if advocacy is done, that's possible. And another thing is that in our country, Tenancy Act Anti-Sexual Harassment Act, and Anti-Bonded Labor Act work as a package. So if they are applied collectively, that will be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe last question here before
Hello.
we end.
नमस्कार, म सन्तोष निरौला। राजमती दिदीको जुन 20-22 वर्षको सङ्घर्ष छ नि यो हरुवा चरुवाको, उहाँको यो सङ्घर्षलाई हामीले सम्मान गर्नुपर्छ। कृपया ताली बजाएर उहाँलाई सम्मान गर्नु। अनि राजमती दिदी, तपाईलाई एउटा सानो प्रश्न, सरकारले त तपाईलाई कानुन बनाएर दियो, तर समाजले तपाईलाई स्वीकारेको छैन भन्ने जुन गुनासो छ नि, के गर्यो भने चाहिँ तपाईहरु खुसी हुनुहुन्छ र हामी समाजको तर्फबाट तपाईहरुलाई के गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ तपाईहरुको समूह, तपाई जस्तै अरु दुखी पीडितले न्याय पाउँछन्? धन्यवाद।
Thank you. I think maybe we'll give the panelists 30 seconds to respond, whoever wants to, and then we'll close. And then I encourage everyone to please continue this conversation even after. Who'd like to go first?
Thank you. I would like to respond Ali's question. Pakistan is heavily legislative country. There are so many laws. And I understand this inheritance laws, anti-sexual harassment laws. Well, while we were doing this study, we contacted with the anti-harassment ombudsperson and the National Human Rights Commission and Sindh Human Rights Commission. We asked that whether you receive, and they also have helplines available, whether you have ever received any complaint from the women agriculture workers, haris, peasants. They said no. So there is actually a requirement of sensitization of women agriculture workers, engaging them in the mainstream discussions, because unless we have this women agriculture workers issues is talk of the town, we will not be able to actually make any changes in their lives. Thank you. Acha.
Thank you. जुन सरले भन्नुभयो प्रश्न, सरकारले कानुन दियो र किन बढ्न सकेन भनेर हामी आफ्नो भाषामा त्यही बुझ्छौँ र हाम्रो गाउँपालिका नगरपालिकामा अब यो कानुन लागि हामीलाई एउटा संगठन झन् गाउँपालिकामा संगठन गर्नु पर्यो र गाउँमा र नगरपालिका र वार्डमा यो संगठन गरिकन वार्डमा जानकारी त दिइराको छु, त्यही पनि जानकारी दिएर अगाडि बढ्नु पर्छन्। यो कानुन कसरी हाम्रो बहुमत पुगेको छैन, कसरी आएको छैन, त्यो सरसल्लाह हाम्रो दलितहरुसँग गैरदलितहरु सबैसँग एक गठन गरेर हामी अगाडि बढ्न सक्छौं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. I know that Samandhiji wants to say something. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. I've been given a strict times up from UNDP, and it is the closing session. I don't want to eat into that. But I just wanted to say thank you so much to Samandhiji, to Rajwati-ji, to Padma Priya, and of course to the civil society organizations that provide a platform for these women to tell their stories. Awaz, CSRC, LST. We're extremely grateful to have you here, and thank you for flying. Thank you for going out of your comfort zones, which I know is not easy, and one day maybe we can be as brave as you. But thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, and thank you all for attending.
Thank you so much, Prarthana and the panel. Maybe one quick photograph here, and just before we go into that, right now we are going to break open this partition and for the closing session very soon. I'm going to request you to please be seated because this is just going to like that. We'll be starting the closing session soon. Maybe one photograph. That was, thank you so very much, and apologies for cutting you short. Extremely important discussion. So we will be starting the closing session soon. This will be open. Amy, room C is all done. They can break this open. Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We know this has been 3 long days, but also has been extremely interesting with your participation and contribution. So please bear with us a little bit more. We are going to break this open for the closing session to be starting very, very shortly. Kevin, if you don't mind getting your attention. So this is going to go break open, right? So if you kindly advise someone to do that. Thank you. Yeah, excellent. So please be seated. We're starting soon, and Harpreet will take it over from there. Thank you so very much.